guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. French President Emmanuel Macron says he will formally recognize the Palestinian state at the United Nations General Assembly in New York. While appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, Macron says the decision is necessary to counter Hamas.
If we want to stop this war, if we want to isolate Hamas, the recognition process and the peace plan which goes with this recognition process is a precondition.
Other nations, including Canada and the UK, have also expressed similar plans. President Trump commented on the situation last week during his state visit to the UK, saying he wants to stop the fighting but disagrees with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer's stance on recognizing a Palestinian state. President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance joined tens of thousands in Arizona to honor the late Charlie Kirk at State Farm Stadium. Kirk's widow and Turning Point colleagues remembered him as a leader, father, and a friend. He was assassinated on September 10th while speaking at a Utah college. Reporters are Tom Homan is denying allegations of bribery.
MSNBC reported Saturday that Homan accepted $50,000 in cash last year from undercover FBI agents posing as business people after he indicated that he could help them get government contracts. In an interview on News Nation Saturday, Homan denied the reports. I'm Lisa Carton.
The White House is trying to calm worries in the business community caused by President Trump's exorbitant new fee for the H-1B visas.
President Trump signed a proclamation Friday that imposes a $100,000 fee on foreign workers who want to obtain a visa to work in the U.S. Later, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt tried to calm fears about the proclamation, clarifying it was not an annual fee but a one-time fee, and that it applies only to new visas, not renewals for current visa holders. Leavitt says existing H-1B holders can continue to leave and re-enter the country as allowed before. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
A 2011 email shows Sarah Ferguson, Duchess of York, called Jeffrey Epstein a supreme friend just weeks after publicly distancing herself. The email reportedly aimed to calm Epstein after he threatened to sue her for defamation. California Governor Gavin Newsom signs the No Secret Police Act in order to protect illegal aliens and hold the Trump administration accountable. Newsom says one of the bills targets the identities of immigration customs enforcement agents in California.
I'll be signing a bill, the first in the nation, saying enough. ICE, unmask. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of?
The law is designed to ban law enforcement and federal immigration agents from masking.
You're going to go out and you're going to do enforcement? Provide an ID. Tell us which agency you represent. Provide us basic information that all local law enforcement is required to provide.
One of the new laws is expected to enhance protections on school campuses. The stadium in Minnesota was packed Saturday night to hear Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan, Neil Young, and other top stars perform at Farm Aid.
It was the 40th anniversary of the annual benefit concert for family farmers this year, held in Minneapolis for the first time at Huntington Bank Stadium. Farm Aid has raised over $85 million since 1985 to help fund farmer support efforts. This year, Farm Aid 40 raised over $80,000 on YouTube before the show even started. I'm Jim Forbes.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Can you believe it? Believe it or not, that's it. Final weekend of summer in the books. Yeah, I do believe fall will officially be arriving at some point in time here today to start the new week. But still feeling pretty summer-like in many areas of the country. We'll tell you just how warm it's going to be as we get the new week underway. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Once again, well, I wouldn't say a clear night. We do have some clouds. Forecasters told us we were expecting some rain on Sunday. At least in our area, my area, that did not come to fruition. Still dry as a bone. But the forecast continues to say rainy days ahead. Chance of rain pretty much at any given time through most of the upcoming week in parts of the Ohio Valley. We could use it. What do you say? Take a look at our travelers' weather around the country. All right, we are seeing some of those showers out there. Scattered showers, a few rumbles of thunder, no severe weather. Matter of fact, the weather map, where they post the watches, advisories, warnings, whether it's heat, snow, thunderstorms, any of that stuff. Yeah, the map of the lower 48 is about as clear as I've seen it in a long, long time. So we do see some of those showers, spotty showers in northeast portions of Illinois. The biggest bulk of concentrated rain is through central and southern Missouri tonight. Down into the northern reaches of Arkansas, some scattered showers in and around the Dallas area. Again, light to moderate rain, spotty showers out west. Yeah, from northern Colorado, you could encounter spotty showers all the way up through central Montana tonight. But following days, or weeks rather, of dry weather, a much-needed drink of water is coming to a large part of the central and eastern U.S. this week as multiple storms move through. But it will come at a cost, according to AccuWeather. The rounds of rain will be at time to time accompanied by the risk of severe thunderstorms and flash flooding. Yeah, threats more commonly associated with the summertime rather than the first few days of fall here. There will be a series of slow-moving storms coupled with moisture flowing northward from the Gulf that will lead to several rounds of rain this week across the Midwest, Mississippi, Ohio Valley regions. While the threat for damaging thunderstorms will impact a few, the rain will come for most from the plains to the Midwest and east this week. In the wake of weeks of dry conditions that drastically has expanded drought conditions, a large swath of the eastern third of the country, from the Mississippi Valley eastward, is experiencing some level of drought at this point in time. Yeah, because of this, the turn to wetter, more humid conditions will be welcomed news for many. According to the latest drought monitor released last Thursday, abnormally dry or drought conditions are covering over 59% of the Midwest and over 81% of the Northeast, up from what was 21% and 54% respectively just 4 weeks ago. Yeah, the lack of rain putting a strain on agricultural interest, browned yards, and even water restrictions in some areas. The first storm was already arriving in the plains and the Midwest on Sunday. Others will follow for the rest of the upcoming week here. The repeated nature of the rain could lead to some impacts to travel and outdoor plans across well over a dozen states. Several inches of rain can fall in some areas between now and Friday of this week. Localized downpours could lead to reduced visibility and ponding on the roadways for drivers. The area at greatest risk for repetitive downpours and thus flooding extends from Kansas and Oklahoma east through the Ozarks and toward the mid-Mississippi River Valley at least through Tuesday. Springfield, Missouri, a city in the heart of that area, has only measured just over 3 inches of rain since the beginning of July, less than a third of the rain that typically falls in that time. Later in the week, through Friday, rounds of locally heavy rain will spread across parts of the Great Lakes, Ohio Valley, even the Northeast. Besides dodging raindrops, many going to have to keep an eye to the sky for thunderstorms. Thunderstorms over the next few days could also produce the risk of severe weather for millions of people. Following the initial risk of severe weather into Sunday night, from Missouri to Michigan, that threat's going to slowly build south and east along with the rain chances during the new work week. By later this Monday afternoon and Monday night, a large swath of the plains, including Oklahoma City, Wichita, Kansas, can experience thunderstorms with hail, damaging winds, and torrential rain. There's even the possibility of a tornado or two. The renewal of severe weather after weeks of quiet conditions. More typical of summer months, which officially arrives in the northern hemisphere 2:19 p.m. Eastern Time today, Monday. Closer to midweek, there will be 2 distinct areas where severe thunderstorms might occur in the Mississippi Valley and the plains once again, and also in the Northeast. By Tuesday, storms across parts of Pennsylvania, West Virginia, New York, and eastern Ohio could turn severe. Primary threats would be small hail, localized damaging winds. This could slow travel on portions of I-70, 80, and 81. Despite the threat for damaging storms, the greatest threat remains the risk of flooding, which can be enhanced in thunderstorms. Rainfall amounts of an inch or more in an hour, possible in some of these stronger storms, which could wreak havoc on some areas. A sprawling area of high pressure is forecast to build east later in the week. That would signal the return to drier conditions. This is probably going to be sometime maybe as early as Thursday in the middle portions of the country. It'll be by next weekend across the east. But there you go, some much-needed rain in the offing. I don't need to mow the lawn. I need to mulch the leaves. The strain on the trees, drop in leaves like wildfire. All righty, welcome aboard. Hope you had a good weekend. 22nd day of September is upon us. From time zone to time zone, we get the new week underway. 844-844-3388, the number to dial us up to get the new week started. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tel today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Hello to Philly Dan, who says it's that time again. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Yes, indeed. Congratulations to the Eagles with a victory. All right. Hello, Jeffrey, checking in from Southern Florida. Morning, Steve, the overnight family. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down, 59 degrees at the New Jersey-New York state line. Headed back to Hartford, Connecticut tonight. There's Jerry, Central Alabama. Chiefs 22, Giants 9. So Kansas City gets their first win of the new season. All right. 73 degrees here in Central Alabama. Looking forward to the show. Thank you much, Steve. And thank you, Jerry, for listening in. Country Bumpkin on board from Waterford, Michigan tonight. 66 degrees. Hello, Tank, back in the saddle. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Let's see. Let's get the show on the road, get this week over, so we can start our 2-week vacation. How about that? 77 here in Bartlett, Tennessee. We're headed into Memphis. Get us a set, and we'll head out to the left coast once again. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Hello, Michael. What's up, people? Had a good day off. Went to Stephen Gables Road in Dansville, Michigan. If you don't know anything about it, look it up. Yeah, I'm not familiar. Kind of a road trail? Gotcha. There's Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 67 degrees. We've got some heavy rain here. All right. I was still up for what was just the early portions of the Charlie Kirk memorial service that took place this past day. I was in the studio doing some show prep, as I typically do early on a Sunday. Get up bright and early and see what I've missed over the day Saturday. And there were already literally tens of thousands of people waiting outside the... I mean, we're talking like 4 o'clock in the morning there in the Phoenix area. As the day progressed, the crowd continued to grow. There are, depending on where you look, they actually exceeded the seating capacity inside the arena. At which point they had to start directing. The estimate at this point in time was like over 200,000 people were there at the State Farm Stadium, home of the NFL Arizona Cardinals. The arena holds roughly 73,000 people. Now, once they had got to the 73,000 indoors, some other reports throughout the day were saying that they felt as though there were as many as 200,000 more outside going to the secondary arena to watch on the likes of big screens and things of that nature. President Trump hailing Charlie Kirk as a martyr for American freedom, a giant of his generation, promising his legacy will endure through history, pledging to award him the nation's highest civilian honor. Charles James Kirk was murdered by a radicalized, cold-blooded monster for speaking the truth that was in his heart. Our greatest evangelist for American liberty became immortal. He's a martyr now for American freedom. Charlie loved America with everything he had, And as we can see so clearly today, America loved Charlie Kirk, speaking to the tens of thousands packing the stadium and the nearby area. Yeah, the Turning Point USA co-founder, Trump said, will forever be remembered as a man who lived boldly and argued brilliantly. None of us will ever forget Charlie Kirk, and neither now will history. Addressing Charlie's widow, Erica, Trump offered comfort on behalf of the nation. Now, as I mentioned, I was still up to see some of just the beginning of the service. Most of it was music that was taking place as the crowd was still funneling in. But my wife told me when I got up, she said that service lasted for 5 hours. And she said she watched most of it. She said it was a very emotional service. But what an incredible turnout there. Have we seen somewhat of an awakening with the assassination of Charlie Kirk? It almost seems that way. All right, 23 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Of course, it was college football weekend, right? How did we do? I've got the picks here. If memory serves, we had 3 games that the analyst Grump and the prognosticator of prognosticators differed on. I think Big Ed actually took 2 out of the 3 as far as those games that they had differing opinions on. We're going to break it all down for you coming up here when we get, again, following the news break. First, we'll take a look out west. We mentioned the rain coming to the east. In the wake of what was soaking rain and mudslides in parts of the west late last week, according to forecasters, a new storm will be targeting the region this week. The new storm, similar to the last one, will bring a number of impacts to the region, especially in California, with localized flooding, downpours, lightning, even an increased risk for wildfires. Following the rain event, which was former tropical storm Mario, that brought a month's worth of rain to many locales in California, AccuWeather tells us another storm's going to pump moisture into California this week. Preceding the storm will be dry, comfortable conditions for many, which you saw over the weekend. But starting here overnight into Monday, a few showers begin to move ashore along California's central and southern coast around us, including the Los Angeles and San Diego areas. It's not till Monday night and beyond where rain could begin to fall heavily, they tell us. Similar to Mario, tropical moisture may be able to come intertwined with this storm as it moves into the west coast early week. This tropical moisture can cause downpours, localized flooding, especially in central California Tuesday and Wednesday. While the exact track of the storm will determine where the heaviest rain occurs, it appears San Diego, Los Angeles may miss out on the lion's share of rain this time around. With the last storm, downtown Los Angeles recorded nearly 1/10 of an inch of rain. The San Diego area measured nearly 1/2 inch, both well above historical averages for mid-September. While the last storm exited rather quickly, this one may linger a bit longer. Depending on the evolution of the storm, there's a chance for it to slow to a crawl over the interior southwest later this week. If it becomes separated from the main jet stream winds, that could mean a more prolonged stretch of cooler conditions and that lingering chance of pop-up showers and thunderstorms later into the week. Despite the risk for travel-disrupting rain, the wet weather is much needed. Most of the West, except for a portion of Northern California and Oregon, as right now abnormally dry or in drought conditions again. Due to the prolonged dry weather in some areas, conditions may become favorable for new wildfires. The storm's going to bring with it the risk for lightning that could lead to wildfire concerns. However, because of the quick succession of rain events across California and portions of the Southwest, risk will be on the lower end for those areas that picked up some meaningful rain late last week. Unfortunately for the rain-seeking folks in the northwestern USA, it's rain's not going to make it into your region. You're going to be under an area of high pressure, promoting dry, very warm conditions this week. Unusually warm there in the Pacific Northwest. Summer kind of hanging on as fall, according to the calendar, officially arrives. All right, real quick, Friday, the FMCSA removing yet another ELD from the list of approved devices. That is the fourth ELD to be removed in the month of September thus far. Removing the following ELD for failure to meet minimum standards. This is Robinhood ELD, model number R-Hood. Carriers using the Robinhood ELD are to revert to paper logs or logging software to record your required hours of service data. Replace the revoked ELD with a compliant ELD from the registered devices list before November the 18th. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. French President Emmanuel Macron says he will formally recognize the Palestinian state at the United Nations General Assembly in New York. While appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, Macron says the decision is necessary to counter Hamas.
If we want to stop this war, if we want to isolate Hamas, the recognition process and the peace plan which goes with this recognition process is a precondition.
Other nations, including Canada and the UK, have also expressed similar plans. President Trump commented on the situation last week during his state visit to the UK, saying he wants to stop the fighting but disagrees with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer's stance on recognizing a Palestinian state. President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance joined tens of thousands in Arizona to honor the late Charlie Kirk at State Farm Stadium. Kirk's widow and Turning Point colleagues remembered him as a leader, father, and a friend. He was assassinated on September 10th while speaking at a Utah college. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example, Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we find us getting a new week underway. Monday, the greatest day of the week. Or so Captain Ron would say. But we don't have Captain Ron this morning to make it official. At least not yet. What we do have, though, is there's Big Ed. And click the mouse here. There is the Grump. All right, welcome on a Monday.
Where's Captain Ron?
I'm not sure. He's normally on hold right out of the box to make it official. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hope he's all right there. We're usually waiting for him to lead everything off, and now we don't know how to act. You know?
Yeah.
Well, I will say this right quick. For that expert caller that calls in and told everybody there wasn't no good football on this weekend. If you didn't watch any football this weekend, you missed out. I mean, them was some good barn-burning games, and I think Grump would agree. Did you get to watch any football, Steve?
Yeah, a little bit. We did the Roosters thing there Saturday night, so I did see a few of those guys. Watching the Oklahoma game, as a matter of fact.
Oh, that was a good game, but there was one play there that I'm kind of agree with all the SEC officials, and it's what you would call sandlot play, where they tried to show that player trotting off the field like he was going out of the game, and nobody was Auburn picked him up, and then right then they snapped the ball and then hit him with a deep pass. I don't know why they just, in that situation, why they didn't get him for illegal motion, but I think they let him get by with that play. But other than that, I mean, to me, it just kind of Oklahoma's a better team than to be sitting there calling sandlot plays out there in the field. And but nevertheless, they won, and it was a good game. Just the way we figured it'd go down, you know. What do you think, Grump?
Yeah, I thought so. I thought, you know, the ones were kind of called and said they're going to be separated with a field goal. I think that kind of proved true. Auburn, Oklahoma. The one thing I was amazed at some of these games, just the penalties. I mean, you know, if you look at, you know, Texas Tech, 13 penalties, you know. Let's see here. Michigan, they had quite a few penalties there. Auburn, 13 penalties. Texas Tech had 14 penalties, South Carolina had 14 penalties. And it just, you know, and they can't figure out why in the hell they're losing games, I guess. And just, you know, and I don't know if they're just trying to play this jungle ball or what, you know, where they're just, you know, they keep doing stupid stuff. And then, you know, Arkansas, Memphis was a prime example of stupid stuff. You know, me and Ed talked about that one, and it just dumbfounded both of us how Arkansas wound up losing that game, you know, because they, you know, I mean, by 1 point when they, you know, were on the 6-yard line. Mm-hmm. You know, I think it was 6, something like that, and they kept stepping back a little bit. They should have went on it, just kicked a field goal, but they didn't. You know, they had that kid that I thought he didn't fumble. I thought it wasn't him that fumbled last week, but I think it was the same one. You know, right there. You know, right there in the fourth quarter, fumbled and, you know, gave up some yards and gave up the ball, and that's how they won. It just, you know, I don't know. It's, you know, it's just football, but it just kind of blew my mind that you know, they made the same mistakes 2 games in a row. Arkansas did. They're playing Notre Dame next week, and you know, we got that as one of our picks. So I want to see how they do next week. I think they're pretty much out of bowl contention right now, aren't they, Ed?
Yeah, it all depends how they finish the year out. Yeah. But you know, of all the loss, that loss, and it was almost like a repeat of last week's game against Ole Miss. They're charging down the field to score, which in Arkansas's case, all they'd do was kick a darn field goal, and they won the game. The defense was playing up and stepped up. And if you'll watch the Ole Miss game, it was almost identical. And that's what I was asking Grump, was that the same ball carrier that fumbled that Ole Miss game? Is he the one that fumbled this game? Because I've got so darn mad at, man, I was gnawing my darn teeth, you know. It's just to sit there and watch a stupid play, and everybody wants them to fire the coach. There ain't nothing wrong with Pittman. It's just that some of those players, I don't know if they think they're just a bunch of cock of the walks or what. All I know, I don't know how they design these NIL contracts with these players, but I would design it. If you go out there and you make a stupid penalty play that costs us the game, your NIL contracts are rescinded. I mean, if you want money to play, and you're going to get paid to play, then by God, these stupid mistakes need to come to a flying halt, or you lose your position, and then you can go back in or renegotiate it or hit the transfer portal. Because Arkansas is a better team than what their record is, I can assure you. They've got 2 games. They've lost 2 games this season just from pure, raw player stupidity. It had nothing to do with the coach. It was the players' stupidity. And, boy, I watched that game and I felt raw all day because it was a loss that shouldn't have happened. But, you know, go ahead.
They had a holding call, you know, as a pass interference. They had a holding call in the fourth quarter, which turned the ball over. I mean, it moved the ball forward, turned it, you know, they got the first down on that. Memphis did. And then you got this idiot that, you know, I watched that twice, you know, when he was getting tackled there. He just turned loose the damn ball and put both hands down. You know, I don't know if he's scared to hit the ground or what, but, you know, that was one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in my life. And I don't know. I was like Ed. I watched that game and I was like, I can't believe this crap, you know. And it was so close. They could have kicked that, but you know, it was.
That would have gave me 10 wins as it was. I ended up with 9 wins and 2 losses. Where Grump, you got what, 7 wins and 3 losses, and you know Grump lost our extra game, which you don't count that loss.
Yeah,
where I come out ahead on my extra game. I won that. TCU beat SMU.
So Syracuse,
so I guess that's why
beat Clemson over the weekend? I didn't catch that. So Syracuse beat Clemson, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's 34-21. I mean, Clemson couldn't do a damn thing right, you know, and when you get to looking at it, their numbers wasn't that bad, you know, as far as what they were, you know, pass completions and stuff like that. They just got outplayed. I mean, that's just all it was. Syracuse just went in there to play ball, and you know, not that Clemson wasn't doing decent, but they just wasn't doing good enough to beat Syracuse. They just went in there to play ball. So Clemson is just you know, they're down pretty good right now. I mean, 1-3, I think is what it is. And
yeah. You know, and what's sad is they lost it on their home turf.
Yeah. So it was one of the worst games that I watched was Illinois and Indiana. That was just a slaughter. I mean, it was I picked Illinois because their numbers and everything. They've been putting up some good numbers, and you know, they were favored at one point, and then it kind of became even. You know, even odds on that, and I kept going back over that and looking at you know, the penalties and stuff. A lot of times when you look at the penalties and you know, the field goals and things, you know, their percentage on field goals and red zone, you know, ratings and things like that, you know, you can pretty much fill out who's gonna come out on top on this. And I kind of thought it was going to be a real close game, but it was 63-10, an ass whooping. I mean, they just got slaughtered. And you know, I my niece, you know, she went to Illinois State and everything. So I sent her a message. I said, did they go home at halftime and they got the cheerleaders in there? What's going on? She said, I think they did. They were going to go to that game, and I'm glad I didn't now because, you know, it'd been kind of embarrassing. But
well, wasn't that game played in Indiana?
Yeah, it was played over there. Yep. And you know, next week they play. Who is it? They play next week? Utah, I think. One of them. I think it's Utah. But yeah, it's, you know, but it was just some good football. Missouri and, you know, South Carolina, they just they couldn't get out of their penalty ways there. They, you know, like I said, they had 13, I believe is what it was, and for a pretty good amount of yards there. No, they had 14 penalties and 98 yards. Missouri had 5. So, but you look at a lot of these teams that are losing, you know, I mean, and go over and get.
I think the Grump lost his cell there. He dropped off. He'll dial us back up.
Well, what he was getting ready to say, man, I just got my ass kicked this weekend is what he was trying to say. You know, I told him, Grump, you ain't got to get on the radio. Say how bad you got your ass kicked. You know, I'm a nice guy.
Yeah, I got to talking bad about Indiana here, and they just sent me a missile or something here. I don't know. Maybe they got some spies out here or something. I don't know. But it was just good football, man. I ain't kidding you. It was just, you know, it kind of happened pretty much the way we thought it would. You know, it just, you know, the Nebraska and Michigan game, that was a hell of a good game. That was separated by a field.
Yeah, that could have went anyway. You know, it just Michigan just had that little bit of more ump to them, and I figured that they would take them, and they did. And so, you know, I almost leaned towards Nebraska because it was at Nebraska. But it's just, you know, you got me, I'm watching all these games every weekend. I'm flipping channels. I'm watching my phone, apps on my phone. So when I don't get near into the analytics that Grump does, but I'm based on how Grump makes his choices. I'm serious. I feel lucky that we're sitting here right here and going into week 5. Both of us knotted up over the year at 27 and 15. So there's a lot of football left. So if I can come out on the head, then I'll be happy. And if I don't, then I guarantee you I'm going to lose to somebody that knows the damn football better than I do. So that's what it's about.
Yeah,
but I'm enjoying it.
It's just been a lot of fun. I enjoy it. I've always been somebody that's looked at stats and mathematics and things like that toward pretty much everything. I think it's pretty much writes its own bill or writes its own problem so many times. And I don't know.
Go ahead.
No, I just that's what's enjoyable. Enjoyable is to go back over every game and look and see how these teams have progressed and what's going on. There's some of them I don't even look at. I mean, it's like I said, there's a lot of scrimmage games and stuff like that out there, but you got some lower division teams that are just playing some damn good ball, and so it's really gotten competitive, and we got some really good picks for next week, and I think we do. We'll see what happens, but yeah, it's just been a blast, man. I enjoy doing it.
I meant to ask you
guys. Well, I'll tell you what, Steve. Go ahead.
I meant to ask you guys on Friday morning about the portal change that was announced like 2 weeks ago. We have what's y'all's take on that? Is that going to be a good thing? Is it going to kind of get some control back, or what do you think?
Well, you're going to have to clue me in because I missed it.
Really? Well, Brother Rambler,
yeah.
All right. The most substantial change is a shift from the 2 transfer windows to a single 10-day window for FBS football players. The new window set to run from January 2nd till 11th of 2026. For student athletes on teams still playing in postseason games, a 5-day notification period would be available starting the day after their team's final contest. The change also recommends the entire month of December become a recruiting dead period for football.
I didn't read that either. I heard something about that, but I didn't, look into it too much.
That'll help them get more control of this, and I still think they needed to tweak it a little bit more to get a better handle on this portal thing, because right now it's player driven, and that's just kind of upsetting the whole apple cart. In other words, the players got more power and more stroke right now. But yeah, anything they can do to tighten that belt where the players don't have all the power and the stroke, it'll be good. Because if they don't, and I think I was telling Grump here in a couple of years, I'm not even going to be interested in college football, because I'm just, I'm just sick of the players that's calling all the shots, calling all the narratives. I mean, it's just like that Lama Leva out there at UCLA. See, I don't know the young man, but when you look at what he did, and I know he had advice listening to his dad and his handlers and all that. Well, all they got is tunnel vision. Yeah, he was a decent quarterback, but they didn't even try to look at the complementary players that was around him that made him good. It ain't all about one individual, and one individual can hurt a team, that's for sure, but it's the whole team concept that wins or loses football games. So anything they can do to take the power away from the players, I think it's going to be great. And that's why you see on Saban, and I think even though Dabo Swinney's probably getting tired of it when you listen to his interviews, these coaches can only do so much. And if, they don't play the game, they just call the game. And if they let the players just control the whole narrative, then college football is going to get to be the point it ain't worth a crap. And good Lord knows if I was coaching, I wouldn't want to deal with a bunch of prima donnas. And I'd give up on coaching too myself. So, yeah, I think it'll be a good thing.
Well, that just come out of the Division I committee, didn't it? I mean, that didn't. They're the ones that's wanting to eliminate that spring transfer window. Is that the way you read that, Steve?
It says here under approval process, it says while the FBS Oversight Committee has pushed forward, it still needs to be officially adopted by the Division I Administrative Committee.
Yeah, that's kind of what I read too there, and I so it's nothing written in stone yet that's going to happen. I agree with Ed. I think these, it just seems like, when I'm looking at these players that played in one team last year and then this year they got recruited over to another college to play at another team. Hell, it's like pro ball to me. I mean, it's just, I don't know. And plus the amount of money. Who was that kid was it that kid from Michigan that got $7 million or something like that, Ed?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Something like that, just to transfer. To me, that's taken a lot out of football, out of college football, where there used to just be, just get out there and play some damn ball. But they got so many flipping teams now. It's like anybody that can come up with the money to get in a division is got a team out there now, and they may not be worth a damn, or anything. But I don't know, man. I'll tell you, it's the next couple of years is going to really tell the tale on college ball, because it just seems like it's changing so much, and I think it started changing when they started, letting their likeness get paid and things like that. And then you had, also the build up of people like that Manning or what's his name? Damn it, the kid from Texas Tech Arch. Knowing on the build up on that, I got sick of listening about that boy. And he's just a young kid and had so much pressure put on him, and now people are wanting to throw eggs at him and everything else. When they built him up, in their own minds, I guess, instead of seeing how he's gonna play, I kind of feel sorry for the kid. I mean, hell, he's like Ed said, it takes more than just one to but I don't know.
Well, that NIL was supposed to have been set up, and I agreed with it when they first started it, to put a little money in the young people's pockets. Okay, and what brought it about is because a lot of these colleges would sell jerseys, helmets, or whatever with the players' names on it, and the players weren't getting any of that. All they were getting were scholarships. And the accountant said, "Hey, wait a minute, man! The school made $5 million. Let's just using this for an example, okay? Adrian Peterson for the University of Oklahoma was a great running back, and his jerseys used to sell like hotcakes. So if his education, based on the cost, probably wasn't more than $100,000, for his full 4-year ride, where the school made maybe $2 million off the sale of his jersey or sales of helmets with his number on it. And that's where this NIL was supposed to come in and give him a little bit of piece of the pie. Well, all of a sudden, they're no longer getting a big piece of the pie. They're getting the whole damn pie. Now, you're leaving all your other fellow student athletes, whether it's women's golf or softball or basketball or these lower-ranked sports, you're leaving them sitting there in the dust, and you, the single player, are getting the whole piece of damn pie. And, boy, there's just nothing fair about what's going on to the other student athletes. And that's why they've got to get this thing in control, or just we can kiss college sports goodbye down the toilet, because it's just no longer, it's like semi-pro ball. That's all it is. And then one part of the school is the only one that's making any damn money, and the rest of them ain't getting nothing. where, your education's what's important. So, and some of these kids, look how many players it takes to play pro ball. Some of these kids won't get to play pro ball. And that's just the way the ball bounces. So they're wanting to get in there and say, okay, well, I'm going to try to make it while I can. Well, that's good, but damn, that education that some of my tax dollars are paying for, in my opinion, ought to be good enough. Yeah, I want you to have a little bit of spending money, but I ain't out here wanting to make a damn millionaire out of you. Till you get out of college, then you can go and figure out how to make a millionaire out of your own self. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm reading this again here, and this initial proposal that would require the football players to wait until January 2nd, the day after they complete their playoff quarterfinals, and then they can enter their names in the draft, right, or in the database, and so they can be contacted by their prospective schools. And graduate transfers were previously allowed, but now must wait until the January window.
Right. Hold the thought there, because we're up to the top of the hour. We'll be right back. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling Tell. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call Tell at 866-404-6289.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. Tell is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit Tell360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro says Americans must universally condemn political violence after the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. The governor made the plea during an appearance on NBC's Meet the Press.
No matter where it is, whether it's against Charlie Kirk or someone else, it is not okay. And we all have to work together to condemn it. We got to find our better angels.
Shapiro is among the victims in a recent string of political violence, as he and his family were targeted in an arson attack earlier in the year. Authorities believe the suspect had targeted the governor for his Jewish faith after he reportedly claimed Shapiro had plans for what he wants to do with the Palestinian people. Tropical storm Gabrielle has strengthened into a Category 2 hurricane with 65-mile-an-hour winds. Forecasters say it's around 390 miles southeast of Bermuda and expected to pass east of that island later tonight. President Trump is urging U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi to prosecute his political rivals.
Trump went on Truth Social Saturday and complained that, quote, nothing is being done about his political foes and called for charges to be brought against Senator Adam Schiff, former FBI Director James Comey, and New York Attorney General Letitia James. Trump wrote, quote, we can't delay any longer, and said the lack of charges was killing our reputation and credibility. In all caps, he added, justice must be served now. I'm Lisa Carton.
A new new study reports wildfire smoke is now responsible for over 41,000 deaths in the U.S. every year.
Researchers warn that by 2050, smoke could become the deadliest climate-driven threat to Americans. The study published this week in Nature says by mid-century, smoke-related deaths are expected to climb by another 30,000 per year, making wildfire smoke more dangerous than extreme heat, crop losses, or rising energy costs. The results suggest wildfire smoke is erasing decades of clean air progress from the Clean Air Act, especially in western states. I'm Rob Bartier.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Muhammad Khalil is fighting an immigration court judge's order that he be deported to Syria or Algeria. His lawyers requested a federal judge intervene on his behalf in the case, which started when Khalil was arrested by the Trump administration earlier this year.
A standing order from a federal judge in New Jersey blocks Khalil's removal from the country, while he has until October to appeal the decision made by an immigration judge in Louisiana. Khalil, who first gained federal attention because of his involvement in pro-Palestinian demonstrations at Columbia University, is a legal permanent resident. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A Texas man faces 22 counts after allegedly making threatening anti-Muslim phone calls to New York mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani. Prosecutors say 44-year-old Jeremy Fistel of Plano, Texas, told Mamdani to watch his back. He's been charged with hate crimes and terroristic threats. The Justice Department heads back to court tomorrow in Virginia, pushing to break up Google's ad tech monopoly. A judge already ruled that Google dominates online search, and now the government wants the company to open source its ad auction system or possibly sell it off. The Sacramento man accused of shooting at television station KXTV is back in custody.
I don't know what the motive is. Right now, preliminarily, it does appear that a vehicle did drive by, shots were fired, and the vehicle took off.
The FBI says Anibal Hernandez Santana was rearrested for violating a federal communications law. He's due in court next week after firing multiple shots at the TV station on Friday. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, yes, indeed. Closing out the weekend. Rolling into the greatest day of the week. Here comes a Monday, 22nd day of September, which means fall officially arrives a little over 12 hours from now. Was it 2:19 Eastern time this afternoon? So, welcome in, welcome aboard. All right, we left off there. You're talking about the whole transfer portal thing. So I guess, Grump, you pulled it up there because you were. So this was a story. I'm looking here, ESPN, like 4 days ago. So this is kind of like breaking news. But are you correct? Yeah. It's not set in stone because they still have to vote on it next month or something? Is that it?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting. And I was reading through this, and I was just amazed at the amount of annual transfers there were.
3,200 last year.
You're right. And what the hell did they take their scholarship with them, or am I reading that right?
I don't know. That's what I was trying to get the professionals.
Well, some of it could be, and which I agree with it, and they should leave it alone. Is if they have a head coaching change, and I don't know how far it goes if they have an offensive coordinator change or a defensive coordinator change. But I know if the head coach leaves the university, then all the players have got 30 days to decide if they're going to transfer because they don't want to play for an incoming coach. It's just like but that's what happened with Jackson Arnold. Was they brought in that new offensive coordinator, Oklahoma did, and then naturally his quarterback that he had out there at Washington State, Mateer, come with him. So, to me, that's a good thing that goes on with NIL and the transfer portal. Is these players shouldn't be forced to stay if they're bringing in a coach that does not coach the game plan that they practiced under, and that's what they're playing, and that's what they understand. They shouldn't have to start all over in a new system with a new coach when it don't fit what they're trying to achieve. And I don't think Arnold transferred so much because of NIL money. He wants to play pro ball, and this new offensive coordinator just was not going to fit. Or if he was going to fit, he just wasn't going to. He was going to have to learn another system, and he wasn't interested in doing that. Where Hugh Freeze with Auburn, he understood his system, and so he become a perfect fit to go on and transfer to Auburn. So a lot of these players that you're seeing that big number of transferring, a lot of it, maybe half of it's due to the coaching changes that you see out there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and one thing that really baffles my mind is when you listen to some of these players or you look at some of this, it seems like the college is just a stepping stone, of course, to NFL, but it's like a front for who they are. I mean, you remember when Texas, the Longhorns won the championship that year when Vince Young was in, when he was playing, and that guy stepped up in front of that mic, and if I was at that school, I would have drug his ass off the stage. He sounded like some uneducated, backwards-ass hood rat that should have, either he took too damn many shots to the head or something. I mean, he made no sense when he stepped up there, just shaking his head, and I'm thinking, gee, man, Christmas, this dude just, he's a senior, getting out of college. And did he even go to college? But I don't know, man. I tell you, I hope the hell they don't turn this into some money-making, just nothing but dudes, taking a scholarship to make more money and things. As far as I'm concerned, if they're getting paid for their likeness, then they need to reimburse the school for the scholarship and let somebody else that doesn't have that kind of damn money play ball or go to school under it or something. I don't know, but it's just it's changed so much over the year. I mean, I still enjoy the hell out of trying to pick these games and stuff like that. But when you look at some of this, it's just like what's the difference between this and pro? A few more rules and regulations probably, and things like that. But other than that, it's moving that direction where college ball is kind of competitive with pro ball. With the salaries and getting paid for their likeness and all this other stuff. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about it, but I just think it's taken the spirit away from the college football games. And
you're right. And I'll tell you something else. What, in my opinion, it should be the education. And it's always been my thought, my philosophy. It don't take an Einstein to make money, but it takes a damn Einstein to make that money work for you. And that's been a proven fact. And so what good is it going to do? You're going to make the money a year after you get out of school, you're broke and penniless, and yet you wasted 4 or 5 years of an educational opportunity, and you ain't even educated to manage your own affairs. Yeah, that's got to be fixed. Sorry, that's just the way it is. Right now, it's because we let the money grabbers making all the rules, and it's just not good for anybody or the whole institution as a whole. And that's just my prognostication over the whole mess.
Well, I agree with it. I agree with you.
Because I've made all the money I've wanted in life. And it's like I said, I went to college, and I didn't graduate, but the reason I quit going because I thought, well, it don't take rocket science to make money. I can make all the money I want. But I needed to get smart enough to know how to make that money work for me. Apparently, I didn't get it smart enough. So, anyway, but we won't talk about how poor I am and rich you are, Steve.
All right, okay.
So, anyway.
Yeah, well, I've got sitting in a truck seat, so, it's...
Yeah, there you go, Grump out.
But at least
you're analyzing things better than I do.
I can't gripe about the money I make. I mean, it's
but it's the only thing is, David. I was talking to the guy over the weekend, and he works at the air base down there in the city, and he said, yeah, he still had a CDL. He asked me why I got out of it, and I said, man, it's like everything else. The government stuck their fingers in, they turned around and cheapened it, and they have. And even Grump, I'm sure you'll agree, yeah, you're making good money, but you could be making better money if the government had to come in and hoard our industry out to people that shouldn't even be out here.
Well,
and that's a sad fact.
It's like I said last week we were talking, how many people, how many hands does the dollars go through from the time the growers grow the product or the manufacturers make it until it hits the store shelves or how many people is benefiting from that one product or that one load. And you're right. There's just too damn many hands out there that it's like, I had a load of meat I took over to South Carolina to 2 grocery warehouses. It cost me $1,100 to get it unloaded. And, I made damn good money off of it, but, probably $4,000, I made off of it, and there's, another 1,100, what did the meat processing plant make off of it? By the time you add it all up, there's $12,000 in just, handling fees, just in a few people, that's touched that load. And it's just, damn, it's no wonder things cost so damn much and stuff like that. But, it wouldn't be like that if it wasn't so overregulated. And, that's something I'd like to see change, is some of the regulations they look at and say, we need to just get rid of so much of this. And I don't want to see lumpers at a place, unloading, stuff. Hell, that ought to be the company that bought that stuff's responsibility. I can't tell you how many places I went to and they said, well, you got to have to get in there and unload it. I'm like, sign them bills, adios, because I ain't doing it. If you want it, you ordered it, you get it out of the damn trailer. I ain't touching it. And it's not that I'm lazy. It's just the principle of the thing. I mean, they weren't anywhere around when I was hauling that load over there, fighting winter and everything else, icy roads and all the rest of that. And when you get there, now you got to unload it. That ain't happening. I'm sorry. I don't care. I don't care if it's one damn box sitting in that back of that trailer, they're going to go in there and get it, or the damn thing's leaving with me. That's just the way it is. But anyway,
compare that to football. Used to, you can buy season tickets to Oklahoma for $1,000. Now, those same season tickets going to cost you about $5,000.
Wow.
See how it's exploded? No, it's getting like pros, like the Super Bowl. Poor man can't afford that. Working class man can't afford to go to the games. I'm not going to pay. Well, the Michigan game, I think tickets were going $400 or $500. I ain't gonna go pay $400 or $500 sit out there in the damn sun and watch a bunch of guys knock the hell out of each other. Not when I can sit at home and watch it on TV. I'd like to go to the game, but it's getting where it's priced out of my affordability. Even though I'm a big fan. Go ahead.
I listened to a guy they were interviewing on the news there. He was talking about that, and he took his kid to a Kansas City game. It was Kansas City and I believe it was Denver. They were playing there, or it might have been the Raiders. It doesn't matter. Anyways, Kansas City, they played in their Arrowhead, and they was out there interviewing, and they, had two boys that he took in there, and they said, what did it cost you? And he said, he said it was somewhere around. Hang on here just a second. I think my phone just. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this guy was backing out. That's what I was hearing. But, they said, what did it cost you? How much money did you spend in here today? And he said, well, we bought 2 drinks and, tickets, parking, 2 drinks, hot dogs, stuff like that. I got the kids some hats, things like that. He said, about $900. This is our vacation. This is our vacation right here. That a 3-hour football game is our damn vacation. I'm thinking, my goodness, it blows your mind. It really does. And
I went to Oklahoma UCLA game one time. I think I spent $60 on tickets and $60 on food and drink, and that was $120. So with me and the wife, it was $240. I thought that was an affordable weekend, but now we couldn't do it. No way.
Yeah.
So anyway, our next week's game, we got Penn State and Oregon facing, going to be clashing. So that's going to be the prime game of the week. And we're ready to find out what Penn State's made out of, because I got them predicted to win the national championship. So I don't know what direction the Grump will go, but I know what direction I have to go, and that's going to put my money where my mouth is. So Grump might want to take advantage of my handcuffed ways, because I can tell you right now who I'm going with Oregon and Penn State. But that's all I'm going to clue you in on that.
Okay.
So unless you got any more for me, I may not know it all, but I know my football, and so it's a prognosticators. I'm going to check out of here. Grump, I enjoyed it, and we'll see you next weekend.
I enjoyed it. Yeah. And we also got, don't forget, we got LSU and Ole Miss playing, too.
We got to remember the big game.
Killing it.
The big game is Georgia versus Alabama.
Yeah. I put on there, I sent it over to Ed, and I said, this is a fan favorite, regardless of the poor record for Alabama. I mean, it's like, damn, they're, maybe they'll play Clemson. I don't know. It's I don't know. We got it down here, but we got some others picks. We ain't, it's not written in stone yet, but got Notre Dame and Arkansas playing too, and that's going to be a. I just want to see if Arkansas is ever going to get it together here, and so we'll see. But anyway, that's about all I got.
All right. Looking forward to it. Thank you. Appreciate you gentlemen helping me out. That's a great way to start the week, right? 844-844-3388.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, meanwhile, week number 3 in the NFL. We'll conclude week number 3 later on tonight, Monday Night Football, which will feature the Ravens versus the Lions. Well, but there were some nail-biters this past day, and there were some blowouts as well. Buffalo puts another in the win column over the Dolphins, 31-21. The city of Cincinnati was keeping their fingers crossed, hoping and praying Jake Browning could fill the shoes of Joe Burrow, who's going to be out for, the next 3 months now? Now, you can't lay it all on Browning. Yeah, you cannot expect to win a game with 5 turnovers. And that's what the Bengals were able to accomplish this past day versus the Vikings. Blowout, 48-10 final score. Doesn't leave a lot of hope for a season where, again, starting quarterback's going to be out most of the season. Jaguars over the Texans, 17-10. Colts taking care of business over the Titans, 41-20. Commanders over the Raiders, 41-24. In the win column, as Philly Dam was citing, Eagles win 33-26 over the Rams. Panthers shutting down the Falcons 30-0. Steelers taking care of business over the Patriots 21-14. Browns eke out a win over the Packers 13-10. Buccaneers over the Jets 29-27. Chargers another close one over the Broncos 23-10. Couple of games decided by field goals. Seahawks over the Saints 44-13. Bears handle the Cowboys 31-14. 49ers over the Cardinals. Close game, 1 point. 16-15 final score. Chiefs put one in the win column in week number 3, 22-9 over the New York Giants. And again, Monday Night Football comes your way tonight. All right, hello to Double Trucker. What do we got? Getting the new week started, 67 in Lodi, a beautiful morning. Construction has you down to 1 lane running north at around the 204-mile marker. Caught some of the Charlie Kirk funeral remembrance this past day. A lot of big names all in one place. Yeah, a lot of love and good memories shared. I will tune in later on the home of free speech, a.k.a. Rumble. Crazy Ray, I also watched the Charlie Kirk Memorial. I was moved by the praise, the worship music, the speakers. Hello, Rainmaker, checking in from a rainy Thailand. Well, the Democrats' true colors are coming out. Crazy Gavin Newsom wants to unmask ICE. Why do you think DEA agents wear masks? They're protecting their identities from the drug cartels. Buckeye Boy checks in from Van Horn, Texas, 72 degrees. Yeah, I know, this is nowhere on the way to Miami, but plans changed on a Friday. One of my contractor's trucks broke down in Douglasville, Georgia, with a load headed to Santa Barbara, California, Scottsdale, Arizona, and Marana, Arizona. He was able to get it back to the shipper, so I had to meet him there where both of us unloaded and loaded his, and the other contractor loaded my Florida load and left Saturday morning for this will be a 3-week adventure. Not at all what I planned, but you do what you have to do to ensure your customers' loads get where they need to be. So what an event, Glendale, Arizona. Listened to and watched by hundreds of thousands of people. Erica Kirk is an incredible woman. She will now carry on with what Charlie, her, and others started. Yeah, we are so much different than the left. We have God in our hearts, in our minds, and they are consumed with evil, discourse, the need for power. Wildcat said it rained pretty hard at the home 20, and my buddy said it was absolutely pouring in southern Ohio. Well, I'm in southern Ohio, but I'm southwest. We didn't get a drop of rain here. All right, Braves win. Reds win. Mets lose. Mets and Reds are tied for that third National League wild card spot. It's going to be an interesting last week of baseball. So I've got a terrible signal here. I'll probably have to listen to the podcast. Show's kind of cutting in and out. All right, thank you very much, Buckeye Boy. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. is a country in mourning following the death of Charlie Kirk.
Less than 2 weeks ago, our country was robbed of one of the brightest lights of our times, a giant of his generation, and above all, a devoted husband, father, son, Christian, and patriot.
The 31-year-old conservative activist was shot and killed earlier this month while speaking at a rally in Utah. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is already laying the blame on Republican lawmakers if the government does shut down. While appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Schumer says his colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not willing to work to fix the issues.
There has been no negotiation with the Republicans. There always used to be. When I was Majority Leader, for 4 years we didn't have a shutdown because we sat down with Republicans.
His comments come after Senate Democrats voted down a stopgap funding measure to avoid a government shutdown at the end of the month. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hey, thanks for joining us as we kick off a brand new week here. Waiting for the official arrival of autumn. Yep, today's the day. Of course, the days continue to get shorter. All right, meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Hello, Jerry, on board. Good morning. Well, it must be Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The greatest day of the week. For the first time this week, somewhere deep beneath the Earth crust, is the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker. Steve throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. Indeed, the stick shit eliminator power mic is on. 71 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Still feeling summer-like. I'm looking at 69 out the bunker right now. Now, he said video training is done. Whew, thank goodness. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever, hammer down. I'm a tad late due to idiots. All right, what do we have? Kevin is on board. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Philip in Florida. Up and at 'em. Coming up, we'll get to some of the industry headlines and what's going on around the world. We'll break some of the headlines down Hillbilly Tex, tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell. What's happening?
Hey, Steve, can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Okay, well, hello to you and all the late night listeners, Overnight Drive and Hot Shot Secret and Stay Bill. Steve, you know, back in May, they give me 4 months between all my cancer and my liver and my heart and everything. But the reason I call in, I'm going to hit to Oklahoma and then to Texas for about a month. If anybody runs Knoxville to Oklahoma City, if there's any major road constructions or detours I need to be aware of.
Okay.
So somebody that runs that big trail every now and then, just let me know. You know, I'm going to probably leave here about noon today. So, but I appreciate anybody giving me a warning, you know. They got my number, you got my number, or put it out over the air. I'll be listening to the show, but yeah, I'd appreciate any information I can get. And I appreciate you taking my call, Steve.
All right, Tex. And I was not aware of your prognosis there, Tex. I knew you were taking you talk about taking a lot of medicines. Your morning starts with what, 2 handfuls of pills or something, but.
Yeah, my morning breakfast is 21 pills, and I take about 30 during the day.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Wow.
But like I say, in May, they give me 6 months. Well, this is September, so this is going into the 5th month, you know. And I want to go spend some time with my family, you know, down to Oklahoma and Texas. If I get a chance, I want to try to get a hold of Big Ed and see if he can meet me over there somewhere in Oklahoma.
Okay.
Oh, speaking of Big Ed, did he get married yet, or he's not due yet?
I think that's about a week away. It may be next weekend. Yeah.
Okay, then. Okay, well, all right, Steve. Well, I appreciate you taking my call and appreciate all the thoughts and prayers, even though you don't like me, you know. But somebody let me know something. I appreciate you, Steve.
Thank you, Tex. All right, safe travels. Safe travels out there. Arkansas setting its sights on hiring qualified truck drivers in the wake of the recent visa and English language proficiency enforcement that's put nearly 300 drivers out of service in that state. Arkansas Trucking Association President Shannon Newton says Act 604, which is state legislation there, has put pressure on the state's drivers to demonstrate sufficient English proficiency and possesses the proper work visas if required. But the state doesn't need to worry yet. Since June of this year, they've put 279 drivers out of service for not being able to meet that requirement. Our position on immigration is really indifferent to that. Like our position is the driver qualified? Are they medically qualified? Are they safe? Do they have the proper training and credentials across the board? You see, these efforts to try to make sure everybody's playing by the same set of rules. From our perspective as an association, it's making sure our employers are informed, like what is the expectation? How do they become compliant? How do they ensure the drivers they're hiring do have the appropriate credentials, he says. He also claims that the freight recession over the last few years has actually created an oversupply of drivers. So replacing those that have been put out of service is not really an issue that the state of Arkansas needs to be concerned about at this point in time. The overall economic dynamic in the industry is one of oversupply. So our industry's looking at almost 3 years of recession. This allows the state to focus on hiring qualified drivers instead of simply filling positions with whoever's available. We're hiring folks who are not afraid that there are no issues. There's no fear in our retail stores. We don't see it from the wholesalers that we deal with, and even those that ship direct from the manufacturer, according to the Arkansas Retailers Association. Now, that is Arkansas specific. On a larger scale, since the English proficiency enforcement return, June 25, there's been some skepticism on the part of truckers whether enough's actually being done. The latest data released from the FMCSA shows that out-of-service orders for violating English proficiency standards are indeed increasing. According to the research by the OOIDA Foundation, the August enforcement showed a jump in out-of-service orders of more than 2,000. Total number of out-of-service orders issued from June 25 through the end of August at 3,408. There is some question surrounding the violations. Data from the start of enforcement through the end of July showed 7,688 violations. The August data released by the agency showed only 6,726 violations since the start of enforcement. Now, that's a drop of 962. It's not uncommon for government agencies to adjust data for reporting glitches or additional reporting coming in from states. That may be little comfort for those looking for solid numbers. Andrew King, is director of the OOIDA Foundation, said it could take a few more months to really see what's going on out there. In the meantime, Texas leads all states with 1,949 violations issued. But their out-of-service rate lags at 14.3%. To the state's credit, through the end of July, its out-of-service rate was just 1.1%. Arizona comes in second, 483 violations, 39.3% out of service. Arizona's neighbor, New Mexico, has numbers on the board starting in August with 41 violations and a 2.4% out of service rate. New Mexico, as you recall, was one of those states called out by the Transportation Secretary for not enforcing the English language proficiency in August. Not surprisingly, the higher out-of-service rate happened in non-border states rather than border states. South Dakota leads all states with a 100% out-of-service rate on all 28 of the English language proficiency violations they've written. Oklahoma and Arkansas, two states that pursued state-level English proficiency laws, also turning in robust numbers, out-of-service rates of 90.2% for Oklahoma, 72.9% for Arkansas. It's important to remember this data is from June 25th through the end of August. In the data world, that makes it a fraction of the full picture. Enforcement, training, and plans could still be refined. In some states, not all states report data to the FMCSA as quick as others do. And adjustments are frequently made for a variety of reasons. Thus, while these numbers give truckers kind of a snapshot of what's happening when it comes to English enforcement, remember what King said, it could take a few more months before we actually get a clear picture. I guess things take time, as they say. It is 844-844-3388. Horse feathers?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. I take it Captain Ron did his duty this morning?
That would be a negative.
Ooh, you mean we're not having the greatest day of the week?
Yeah, we haven't heard from Ron yet. Hope everything's... I don't remember him saying he was going to be having like a 3-day weekend. Last he said Friday morning, we'll talk to you on the greatest day of the week.
Well, must be it's not the greatest day of the week yet, because we ain't heard from him then, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Guess we're proving our point, unless we got to wait for results like from the FMCSA there to find out if it's actually true or not. But yeah, I would assume probably to get actual good numbers, you're probably gonna have to wait till the end of the year, first of the year, somewhere in that area to see. Give them 6 months or so, start calculating all their numbers out that they want to, and see what they can. You know the old saying about numbers and figures, Your Honor. Figures don't lie, but liars can figure. Isn't that the way it goes?
I think that's
something
it.
Like that?
Yeah, something. Yep.
Yeah. So, anyways, but anyways, I guess we had a little bit of a somber weekend, and so was that out there the State Farm deal out there in Glendale, Arizona? Is that where the Arizona Cardinals play? Is that the football stadium that they were at?
Yes, indeed.
For the memorial for
that
Charlie?
is it. Yes.
Wow. I'll tell you what, looking at, I didn't get a chance to see anything on TV during the day or the evening there. And just looking at it, the way that stadium was filled up down on the small screen of the phone, it really looked more like it was like a hockey arena or maybe a basketball arena.
Yeah,
the way
yeah.
the center court area would have been open. Wow, if that was a football stadium with that's pretty amazing, the amount of people they had there for that. So I don't know, has anybody come out with any numbers yet, guessing how many people were in attendance? I would have guessed that there was probably not even standing room left on the inside, and would there even be standing room left on the outside with the amount of people that could possibly be in attendance?
The capacity at the arena, the main arena there, the stadium, was somewhere in like 75,000, give or take. I think a few over that. The estimates outside the event, they actually started having people walk down to another venue where they could get indoors, but they're saying they up to maybe 200,000 outside the capacity arena.
Wow, so you're talking somewhere in the neighborhood of 300,000 people there. Oh, imagine trying to get back to the airport.
Yes.
But no, what an amazing turnout for an amazing person, though. That's so well deserved, but certainly not wanted to have been. But anyways, I'm not sure. We haven't heard too much. The fallen officers there from York County there, they were transported to Allentown, to Lehigh Valley, a hospital up there, and for autopsy, and then returned back. So that was to do Saturday morning, Friday. I'm kind of lost track of time here. I don't remember if it was Friday morning or Saturday morning. I think it must have been Saturday morning, because I didn't get a chance to talk to you afterwards. So anyways, that's been done, and I don't know any more for funeral arrangements at all. I don't know if all three will be individual. I mean, I would be more on the assumption that they would be for family-wise, but I'm not sure if they'll do something together, for the department-wise, and then let it split off, or how all that'll work yet. So hopefully we'll get some more details. Work schedule and everything actually had me tied up between when I was working and when I had to nap, so I really couldn't even. I was going to try to get the fire truck out there for the procession that they had going either to or from the hospital, and as I say, it didn't work out either way. So hopefully maybe we get to do anything with the individual funerals. Maybe we'll be able to help line the procession route that way. Hopefully we'll be able to get something in. But work schedule's picking up here, so it's getting harder for me to squeeze stuff in. But anyways, so we did squeeze in not very much of it, but the Make-A-Wish presentation went from 1 to 4, and I was in attendance at about 3:35 there after I woke up from having to have some necessary sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyways, we ended up, let me tell you, I can tell you we went up and we went down. We actually went from being the number 5 starting position to number 6, Your Honor.
Okay.
And we lost a spot in the starting position, but we increased donations up to 13,228.
All right.
13,228. So we all for the better, all for the kids. So we did better for that. We're not worried about the number 6. Not that we like to go down, but that's not the important number to worry about. So anyways, everything else there, the whole next campaign officially starts out, I believe, in October 20th. So come October 20th, we'll start winding things up and gearing up for the next Mother's Day to come rolling along. And
you realize that's less than a month away.
That's less than a month away, and the way you keep flipping these hump days over from week to week to week, I don't know how I'm going to have any time to even get out there and raise money at this point, Your Honor, because you just keep changing the calendar on me, all the time. So we're gonna have to really work on getting that out. But so for anybody out there that did anything to, with Make-A-Wish, help me out, did whatever. Again, thank you very much. Wife and I kind of hold off on the thank yous a little bit until we get the total results, because we want to make sure that when we send the thank yous out, we get to give all the pertinent information of how the year developed and where we're going to be at starting in next year. So anyways, we'll start working on some thank you notes here pretty quick and get them all out to everybody. But there's certainly a definite heartfelt thank you to that. And I got a little Make-A-Wish thing here that I just happened to come across today, and I didn't know until today, and I don't know if he'd really released it before. Our good friend there that does the airline analyzing there, Captain Steve.
Yes.
Apparently, he has 3 grandkids that have some disease, a blood type disease, and the way he was making it sound, it's not a good one. There's, not that there's any disease out there, especially the ones the kids have that are good. But apparently they are part of the Make-A-Wish program. So they're, I guess, going to be, I don't know if all 3 of them wish for a trip to go down there to see the mouse down there. And maybe our friend Philip will actually get to meet Captain Steve and his family, because I know he was talking that at least one of the grandchildren has a trip to Disney coming up here. So I know they're doing, but anyways, so he started a whole fundraising campaign himself, and through his organization, and I guess he just got himself into Facebook and Instagram, so I guess we're going to be seeing more of him. And so with his organization doing what it's doing, he's actually putting up a $5,000 match himself to go to the first $5,000 they get in. So when they get to 5,000, his donation will go in, and it'll be an automatic 10, and after the 5. So anyways, that's all great and good, and glad to have him supporting it the way he did. Absolutely sorry that he's got 3 grandkids that have have issues. I mean, you can't. One is just unbelievable, and then to have 3 is So anyways, but we got that going on, and then of course the Rainies there. They are actually. Did I tell you that it was February? I think it's February, isn't it? They have a 2-day event they're doing this year for their Road to Wishes campaign, and so anyways, I think I sent you a flyer on that.
Yes, you did.
Hopefully.
Yep.
And so anyways, that'll be coming up, and they did an astronomical job last year with their first one, so wish them all the best, and hopefully they do as well or better with this next one. So, but anyways, we'll be sitting back, and we definitely got to get a report there from Philip if he has any sightings there of Captain Steve and his family down there. So, anyways, with that, Your Honor, we'll let you get back, and you better go do some news.
Yeah, we're right about there. Yes, there you go. Top of the hour coming up, we will indeed get a news break. It's a Monday, right? Greatest day of the week. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. More details in our next hour. A natural gas pipeline rupturing, bursting into flames early Sunday in southern Wyoming. According to reports, charring a freight train and lighting up the night sky with a glow, they say, seen more than 60 miles to the south in the state of Colorado, according to officials. Again, we'll give you more details on that coming up here. Must have been a very bright flame there. All right, operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Learn more. Visit tel360.com. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. French President Emmanuel Macron says he will formally recognize the Palestinian state at the United Nations General Assembly in New York. While appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, Macron says the decision is necessary to counter Hamas.
If we want to stop this war, if we want to isolate Hamas, the recognition process and the peace plan which goes with this recognition process is a precondition.
Other nations, including Canada and the UK, have also expressed similar plans. President Trump commented on the situation last week during his state visit to the UK, saying he wants to stop the fighting but disagrees with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer's stance on recognizing a Palestinian state. President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance joined tens of thousands in Arizona to honor the late Charlie Kirk at State Farm Stadium. Kirk's widow and Turning Point colleagues remembered him as a leader, father, and a friend. He was assassinated on September 10th while speaking at a Utah college. Reporters are Tom Holman is denying allegations of bribery.
MSNBC reported Saturday that Holman accepted $50,000 in cash last year from undercover FBI agents posing as business people after he indicated that he could help them get government contracts. In an interview on News Nation Saturday, Holman denied the reports. I'm Lisa Carton.
The White House is trying to calm worries in the business community caused by President Trump's exorbitant new fee for the H-1B visas.
President Trump signed a proclamation Friday that imposes a $100,000 fee on foreign workers who want to obtain a visa to work in the U.S. Later, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt tried to calm fears about the proclamation, clarifying it was not an annual fee but a one-time fee, and that it applies only to new visas, not renewals for current visa holders. Leavitt says existing H-1B holders can continue to leave and re-enter the country as allowed before. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
A 2011 email shows Sarah Ferguson, Duchess of York, called Jeffrey Epstein a supreme friend just weeks after publicly distancing herself. The email reportedly aimed to calm Epstein after he threatened to sue her for defamation. California Governor Gavin Newsom signs the No Secret Police Act in order to protect illegal aliens and hold the Trump administration accountable. Newsom says one of the bills targets the identities of immigration customs enforcement agents in California.
I'll be signing a bill, the first in the nation, saying enough. ICE, unmask. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of?
The law is designed to ban law enforcement and federal immigration agents from masking.
You're going to go out and you're going to do enforcement? Provide an ID. Tell us which agency you represent. Provide us basic information that all local law enforcement is required to provide.
One of the new laws is expected to enhance protections on school campuses. The stadium in Minnesota was packed Saturday night to hear Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan, Neil Young, and other top stars perform at Farm Aid.
It was the 40th anniversary of the annual benefit concert for family farmers this year, held in Minneapolis for the first time at Huntington Bank Stadium. Farm Aid has raised over $85 million since 1985 to help fund farmer support efforts. This year, Farm Aid 40 raised over $80,000 on YouTube before the show even started. I'm Jim Forbes.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Ready for a new day? Here it is. It's a Monday, 22nd day of September. Fall arriving officially. Meanwhile, trust you had a good weekend. Around the country, it's 844-844-3388. Yeah, we left off there in Wyoming about 1 o'clock. Yeah, it's a little over 24 hours ago. About 1 a.m., authorities received calls reporting explosions along I-80 west of Cheyenne. According to the report from the Laramie County Fire District Number 10, the ruptured natural gas pipeline ignited in close proximity to rail cars that were carrying hazardous materials, placing responders in the surrounding area at heightened risk. Importantly, no injuries or fatalities occurred, and ultimately no large hazardous material released, posing a threat to the public. Firefighters had the flames under control as of 9 a.m., aerial photos from the scene showing Union Pacific freight cars still upright but blackened as crews mopped up the fire around the tracks. The train was halted around 2 a.m. when it came within about 40 feet of the fire on the ruptured Kinder Morgan pipeline. According to a spokeswoman with Union Pacific, none of the cars derailed. The railroad working with fire officials to determine if any track repairs were needed. Email was sent to the energy infrastructure company Kinder Morgan seeking additional details. But yes, that fire's glow could be seen as far away as Loveland, Colorado. National Transportation Safety Board said investigators are expected to arrive there at that scene sometime this morning. Here on a Monday morning. I guess that could have been a whole lot worse with the hazardous materials. All right. Off to the Sunshine State. Philip, ready for a new week?
Oh, yeah, I'm always ready. Horse Feathers, I look forward to seeing Captain Steve if he comes down here. So tell him come on down. We'll see him out.
Mm-hmm.
How you doing, buddy?
Doing all right.
Hey, you know what next weekend is, Steve, right? You got anybody out there that's going to be near Joplin, Missouri? I need to go see our friends down there at Four State. They're going to have their GBATs, their Guilty by Association truck show down there.
Yes.
So, you'll see all your YouTube guys you like seeing, like our friend Q Ball. You'll see Tim Gentry. You'll see Crystal Miller. You'll see Flying Sparks Garage will be there. There'll be a bunch of them down there. So even Grinding Gears will be down there as well. So anybody's down there by Joplin, Missouri this weekend, head on over and see those folks. I know Q Ball and them, they'll be over there by the Four States pulling sled truck up there on top, the big sign they got, this is the truck. So that's where those guys will be at. And this 3i or 3A Atlas thing, Steve, it's really getting out of hand. Did you hear any more about that thing?
Philip, I cannot tell you. If you're scrolling through social media, in particular Facebook, I'm coming across so many of these stories, which I think they're just absolute fictitious, made-up things. People, I guess you'd call them clickbait, people trying to get people to click on their story.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's all kinds of craziness. I mean, it's like it's just turning up left and right on my YouTube feed. I guess because I look at a lot of space stuff. And I'm like, this thing's going to hit Mars. It's going right for Mars. It's going right for Mars. And I'm like, okay. You know, if something hits something in outer space, it hits it. There's nothing I can do about it. I can't change it. And I don't care if it's an alien or not. I really don't. So all I can say is we got all them fancy rovers and things all over, scattered all over that planet, supposedly, you know, that's been launched up there. Maybe they'll see this thing come down and figure out what the heck it is, so everybody will shut the heck up. What do you think, bud?
You know, NASA actually came out about a week ago and tried to debunk or calm, set the record straight. They're saying it's a comet, people. It's just a comet. It's not an interstellar. Well, it is an interstellar object, but it's not an alien spaceship because people are going crazy.
Oh, it's going nuts. It's all over YouTube.
Yep.
I swear to God, it's just ridiculous the amount of videos that are on that thing that just pop up on your feed. I mean, if you look at one thing about space, I guarantee you're going to have something about this 3i Atlas thing come up on your deal.
Inundated.
By the way, we had a really nice launch yesterday, Starlink launch. It went really good just before daybreak. Got a lot more stuff coming on. They're already starting to test for the next Starship deal. They're getting that ready. And but I tell you what, we're gonna be paying attention out there towards Africa this week. We got a couple of deals out there that we're looking at. Have you seen any info on that, Steve?
Yeah, I did. I saw the headline. Like you said, 2 areas being closely watched, but I didn't really pull up the details.
Yeah, you got Gabrielle that's going to go. It's going to go kind of out to sea, so it's supposedly going to be a fish storm. But there's a couple of things that are behind it. And this is another one of those AI things that, you know, we've got AI and so much in our life now that is ridiculous. And these storms are the same way. I mean, the models themselves have been like AI for years. A lot of people never knew that, but now they know. But it's just got even worse. And, you know, I'm not going to start worrying about nothing until I'm 3 days out. And I've said that on here time and time again. And, Steve, guess what Walmart's got now? I was shocked when I seen this weekend when I worked at the store. You know them digital shopping, or them digital labels, the pricing labels? Have you seen those, Steve?
I can't say that I have, no.
All right, they got them in our store. It was a pretty expensive proposition on Walmart's behalf, but I'll tell you what, they can change the price on the thing overnight. The computer goes in and, you know, if anything changes, they can roll it back or raise it up or do whatever they need to do now. And they don't have to replace all them little paper tags anymore in the store. So everything is digital now. I know Aldi had got them first, and Walmart is making the switch over to all of them now. So our store is about 75% done. But when it's all said and done, it'll be everywhere in the store. And it's something that's kind of crazy. You know, we've talked about this dynamic pricing on everything now, from theme park tickets to meat on the shelf to gas, you name it, it's all this dynamic pricing stuff. And now we're going to go digital with our pricing labels at our stores. So what you feel about it, Steve? What you think about those labels?
I've seen some of the employees, wherever, the grocery store, Kroger, Walmart, wherever you shop, that they spend half a day going through trying to replace all the new tags. Like their sales go from Wednesday to Wednesday, week to week. So every Wednesday, I guess they would have hundreds of tags. In the past, they'd have to change out. Now they're not going to have to do that. So,
yeah, it's going to cut down on the labor costs for the stores. I know in our store alone, I've seen us pay somebody almost 8 hours of pay to do that all day long.
Yeah.
I've done it myself. When I've had to do it, I've only had to do it for a couple of hours. But, it's a lot of paper, a lot of printing. You've got at Walmart, a lot of people don't understand this when they go to Walmart. You know how you see that little thing on the shelf that says rollback?
Mm-hmm.
It's a little flip piece of paper that has rollback on it. Can you imagine putting like 200 to 300 of those on a day? On the prices? You got to put the label on, then you got to put this little rollback thing on there as well. And then there's all kinds of safety stuff that they have to put on there too, so nobody rips the label off and tries to change it off. So it's going to be interesting how these digital tags work out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really, really wondering how it's going to work out. But from what I understand, the pricing changes during the night. When everything is said and done, prices change. It either goes up, it goes down, wherever it needs to go. Now, can the pricing be changed during the day? Absolutely. If we see a pricing on a competitor and they feel they need to change it, it's hooked into our computer system to where we can change it right there. All we have to do is have our work phone. So there's a lot of little things in there. My question is, you think somebody could hack in and get it? I don't know. Hopefully these major retailers have got some kind of cyber security guys in there, so they're not changing prices, if you know what I mean, Steve.
Right.
It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. But it's just a sign of the time with technology, and who knows, AI might do it too. You might be able to get on your phone and ask AI what price is something at Walmart, and it'll run right off one of those digital labels. You never know. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I want everybody to have a safe day. And by the way, Big Ed and Grump, I feel the same way you do about going to a football game, about NASCAR. That's one reason why I don't go to NASCAR races anymore, because it's just too expensive. It costs too much to go to a race. Even going to a baseball game, it's a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
And they've made it that way. It's just easier to sit at the house and watch it on the TV. I live 20 minutes from Daytona International Speedway. I love the place. I love going there. I've been there before. Do I want to go now? Absolutely not, because of the amount of money that I'm going to spend, plus the amount of crap that I'm going to get parking in the place. If you plan on going to a race at Daytona, make sure you give yourself a lot of extra time to park, because it's going to be crazy to find parking. So that's just my tips for today. Y'all have a good one, and thanks for having me, buddy.
All right. Thank you so much for checking in, Philip. Have a great morning. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit Tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Now we're about to kick off the final week of regular season Major League Baseball. A lot of tension in the air in this town. With 6 games left in the season. Nobody saw it coming where the Cincinnati Reds would actually go in and sweep the Chicago Cubs over the weekend. And that was a 4-game series, wasn't it? Now, if the season were ending today, the Reds would be in the playoffs. They pretty much now control their own destiny. Today is an off day. They'll kick things off a 3-game series with the Pirates. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Then they'll close out the regular season with a 3-game series against the division-leading Milwaukee Brewers, who have pretty much clinched the division there. So that'll make for a very interesting final week of baseball. I think technically they're tied. Reds are tied with the Mets. Records of 80 wins, 76 losses on the season as far as the wild card spot is concerned. But there's some sort of a tiebreaker formula they use, and I think currently the Reds would win that tiebreaker, and that if Cincinnati and Chicago or New York ends up with identical records at the end, Cincinnati would get that tiebreaker. Who would they face off? I think they'd face the Los Angeles Dodgers for a wild card spot. Of course, Dodgers, they're locked in. 88 wins on the season. All right. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Philip brought up, the hackers. I don't know, is there such a thing as secure when it comes to being tied to the internet? Stellantis, word comes down over the weekend. The automaker detected some unauthorized access to a third-party service provider's platform that supports their North American customer service operations. According to the statement this past day, the automaker said the incident, which is under investigation, exposed only basic contact information and did not involve financial details or sensitive personal data. They did not specify at this point how many customers have been affected, but According to the statement, upon discovery, we immediately activated our incident response protocols, and we are directly informing affected customers. They said they have notified authorities and urged customers to be alert for possible phishing attempts. Automakers worldwide have reported a spat of cyber and data breaches in recent months as increasingly sophisticated threat actors disrupt operations and compromise sensitive data. Earlier this month, the British luxury car maker Jaguar Land Rover said that their retail and production activities were severely disrupted following a cybersecurity incident that forced their factories to shut down until September 24th. So technically, right now, that's still impacting them. Factories will not be back into operation until later this week. All right, commercial trucks stolen, vehicle identification numbers altered, title documentation falsified in multiple South Florida counties. According to the Florida Office of Agricultural Law Enforcement, Lionel Diaz Perio, age 54, associated with multiple fraudulent truck rebuilds, including a Freightliner with an estimated value of $140,000, title applications, repair records, and altered VINs, were systematically used to conceal stolen vehicles, according to law enforcement. The theft of commercial vehicles and trailers is not a victimless crime. It drives up the cost of goods and services for every Floridian. Thanks to the diligent work of our Office of Agricultural Law Enforcement, a major player in a sophisticated vehicle theft and fraud operation is now off the streets. Now, this particular scheme dating back to 2023, when the Office of Agricultural Law Enforcement received information about a criminal enterprise involving the trafficking of stolen property. Special agents identified a trailer with a counterfeit VIN and fraudulent paperwork. During a traffic stop, the trailer was linked to EZH Transport Incorporated, owned by Diaz Perio. Further investigation revealed 3 other semi-trucks were previously seized from the same individual and EZH Transport by the Office of Agricultural Law Enforcement. Diaz, arrested on September 8, being charged with 3 counts of title fraud, false statements, 3 counts of possession of altered VIN, 3 counts of obtaining title with fraudulent documents, and 1 count of dealing in stolen property. All those charges are, they tell us, felony offenses. Now he'll have to do the time, right? TEL gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. is a country in mourning following the death of Charlie Kirk.
Less than 2 weeks ago, our country was robbed of one of the brightest lights of our times, a giant of his generation, and above all, a devoted husband, father, son, Christian, and patriot.
The 31-year-old conservative activist was shot and killed earlier this month while speaking at a rally in Utah. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is already laying the blame on Republican lawmakers if the government does shut down. While appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Schumer says his colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not willing to work to fix the issues.
There has been no negotiation with the Republicans. There always used to be. When I was majority leader, for 4 years we didn't have a shutdown because we sat down with Republicans.
His comments come after Senate Democrats voted down a stopgap funding measure to avoid a government shutdown at the end of the month. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Midway point here on a Monday. Monday, greatest day of the week. Yeah. A couple of medical headlines we can share this morning. Over the weekend, the president said his administration will make an announcement in regards to their autism findings today. Did not offer any specifics. But he said, we're going to have an announcement on autism on Monday. I think it's going to be a very important announcement. I think it's going to be one of the most important things that we'll do. Of course, the Wall Street Journal reported earlier this month that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. plans to announce that the use of the popular over-the-counter pain medication Tylenol, used by pregnant women, is potentially linked to autism. Now, that would be contrary to current medical guidelines that say it's safe to use. We do know autism diagnosis in the U.S. have increased significantly in the last 25 years. By the year 2020, the U.S. autism rate in 8-year-olds was 1 in 36, up 2.77% from 2.27% in 2018. According to the Centers for Disease Control, Kennedy, he asserted that the U.S. is in the grip of an autism epidemic fueled by environmental toxins. Decades of research has not yielded firm answers about what contributes to autism. Many scientists believe genetics, maybe in combination with environmental influences. Now, Trump teased another announcement coming this week, saying that the administrator of the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services, Dr. Oz, would be rolling out a most favored nation model for drug pricing. This would be meant to lower U.S. prescription drug prices to the lowest paid by countries that are members of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, which includes most of the world's largest economies. Trump, speaking at the event, said Dr. Oz is in charge. He's a smart, tough guy. I hope he's going to do this. And if nations give us a hard time, we're going to tariff them. All right, then one other medical headline over the weekend, a panel of U.S. vaccine advisors who have been named by Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on Friday, abandoned years of broad support for the COVID shot, recommending that vaccines be made available for all ages based on shared clinical decision-making with a physician. That's a bit of a change. This is known as what they call the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. Under shared clinical decision-making are typically covered by U.S. health insurance programs. In a series of votes, advisors to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention did not specifically recommend vaccination, but said people can make individual decisions. And the panel was divided narrowly. I guess they took a vote on urging the states to require a prescription for the shot. They did not make that recommendation of requiring a prescription for the COVID vaccine. Okay. Updates. It is 844-844-3388. Brain dead, how does this Monday find you?
Oh, I just ready to go back home, Steve. I'm on the way there. I'll be home in not home, but back to the warehouse in about an hour or so. So it's been a goofy weekend. They called me in, Saturday afternoon. Come in at 5 o'clock. All right, cool, no problem. Then a little while later, they called me back. Hey, we're going to push you back to 7 o'clock. I'm like, at least I got on this week's paycheck. Get you to the warehouse, sit there another hour and a half for it to be ready. And it going to a few oddball stores that shouldn't have been on the route list. Yeah, it was all right. But Hey, at least I made a little bit of extra money on my vacation, unlike sitting at home with watching, all the different sports networks. So, but I heard you went over to Roosters this weekend there, buddy.
Yeah, we did pay our weekly visit.
Well, that's about one and the same, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, no, wait a minute. That's when you. I'll leave that alone, but yeah. Things will be changing probably this upcoming week, and I'm not going to go into too great of a detail. Some people know, but it is what it is. But no, it's great football. Like I heard Big Ed say, it was a really great football. That Memphis game was a nail biter. If Arkansas had not made all the mistakes that they made, they'd have won that game. I mean, Arkansas had Memphis down like 18 points in the third quarter, I think it was, at the start of the third quarter, something like that. I mean, they were down by a good bit and just let them come back.
Wow.
And the same thing that happened at Ole Miss. I mean, they were down at I think Grump said it was down there within in the red zone, and just a minute and a half to go in a football game, and the runner had the ball. The Arkansas runner had the ball and just right spot, and the ball popped out, and it came a fumble, and Memphis recovered and won the game. But yeah, and you can't get no better than this, too, Steve. So, and I know we had a NASCAR race this weekend. I know, was it Ryan Blaney won that race?
I neglected to pull up our NASCAR headlines.
Slacker.
So you are correct. Blaney holds off Berry to advance to the round of 8. There you go.
Yep. So it's going to be interesting to see what's going to be happening now because, like I said, with this playoffs, anything can happen. Because you look at Josh Berry. Josh Berry finished second, and Josh Berry is no longer a playoff driver. So it kind of screwed up some of the day for the other playoff drivers. I know Hamlin, he finished just outside the top 10. So, but we go to, what was it, Talladega next week, if I remember right?
I believe that is correct. Super Speedway.
And there's going to be the wild card. That's going to be the one just throw a dart at a dartboard and pray to God you hit something. But they are heavily talking about making the changes to the playoffs next year. And one of the what do you call it, the rumors that have been floating around is there's going to be, an 8-race playoff, and I'd have to go back and remember all of it, but it's great that they're actually looking to changing this and getting something that's less drawn out. I mean, quite honestly, in my opinion, the NASCAR season's already too long. I mean, IndyCar, they end their season right about, I think about Labor Day, if I think right, somewhere in that ballpark. And here it is, NASCAR going on all the way to the beginning of November. So, I mean, they just need to shorten the race, make it 30 races, and be done with it. That's it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I pulled up the schedule here. It looks like it's actually Kansas next week, and then Charlotte for the road course thing on October 5th. Talladega is not till like the 19th of October.
Well, give me credit. We're 3 months away from Christmas. So.
Yeah.
Or just about 3 months from Christmas. But somebody I know that listens to this show, now I'm not going to name names, wanted me to ask Philip a question. Has Philip called in yet today?
Yeah, he did here within the past hour. He did check in.
I've been trying to call him all week to ask him this question. So maybe you could help me out, Steve. Can you help me out with this question?
I'll give it a shot.
All right. If an astronaut dies in space, are they one step closer to heaven? Out of me.
I guess that's a legitimate question. Yeah, any closer? All right, it's 844-844-3388. Clear on a Monday. So let's jump over to, let me touch a little on the whole Charlie Kirk thing. Yeah, we start with this past Friday on Capitol Hill. It's just, I guess, who was it? Several folks saying that the Democrats just showing their true colors about who they really are. The House passed a resolution on Friday honoring Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk. 58 Democrats voting against the resolution. Broken down by 38 voting present and 22 not voting. The ultimate total was 310 to 58 to pass the resolution honoring the life of Kirk. Yeah, the resolution said Kirk was a courageous American patriot who aimed to elevate the truth. But it was kind of a tense moment, they say, for House Democrats, many of whom did not agree with his politics, but felt compelled to vote for the measure to simply denounce the brutal killing. Hello. At a closed-door meeting on Thursday, Democrats reportedly fretted that voting against the resolution may make them the targets of violence. As I said, 58 Democrats opposed the resolution, 38 voting present, 22 not voting. Representative Nancy Mace of South Carolina raged against the Democrats that voted against the resolution, stating, "History will not forget. Neither should we. These 58 Democrats voted against condemning Charlie Kirk's assassination." She then went on to list all those voting against. The White House Rapid Response Team writing 58 Democrats just voted against a simple resolution honoring the life and legacy of Charlie Kirk after his assassination last week. Disgraceful. And just to give you a sense, I know most in this audience were familiar with Charlie Kirk. I think at the same time, many have actually seen more and heard more of his comments and activities at college campuses over the past week than before his assassination. But surprisingly to me, the very liberal CNN analyst Van Jones revealed over the weekend that he had received a message from the conservative activist Charlie Kirk that kind of, in his words, shocked him. Yeah, and he got this one day before he was assassinated there in Utah. But the message says, quote, "Hey, Van, I mean it. I'd love to have you on my show to have a respectful conversation about crime and race." Now, Jones shared that message on his Instagram. Jones said he and Kirk had been kind of beefing hard in the last week of the Turning Point founder's life. He said he was clearly moved by the message. The message went on to say, "I would be a gentleman, as I know you would be as well. We can disagree about the issues agreeably." Van Jones says, "Charlie Kirk and I were not friends at all." The message actually did kind of shock me. Said he wasn't sure about sharing the message after his death, but he said, "I think it's important to put it out there that Charlie was reaching out," and that's pretty much what he did across the board. He wanted to have honest conversations face-to-face with the left. "I would be a gentleman, as I know you would be. We can agree, we can disagree about the issues agreeably." just wanting to have that discourse, which we so desperately need in this country. All right, 844-3388.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, let me get you Edward. I think he's got some comments about the potential government shutdown at the end of the fiscal year, which were days away, September 30, the deadline. Welcome, Edward.
Hello. I think that it happens with every administration that's in power, that the opposition are the ones who are disenfranchised. There's a good Scrabble word for you. The ones they always put up and they say, okay, let's start making some deals. And, I think that sometimes it's short-lived and sometimes it goes on. And who really suffers for it is the people, the hard workers, And I just hope all is well, and God bless our truckers. And thank you. I'm a little short-winded today because I don't know what I got. Maybe I think this eminence of mold or something in my place,
Yeah,
but I hope everybody's well.
The fall allergies are really starting to kick. I do know that. I mean, it's become so commonplace. Every time you turn around, we're talking about another government shutdown. Oh, for crying out loud. Chuck Schumer yesterday said he wouldn't rule out backing President Trump's demand for what they call a clean stopgap funding bill, even after Democrats rejected the Republican-backed measure last week. Yeah, he said, we hope it doesn't come to that. Now, Chuck says the American people are on our side by almost 2-1. I don't know where he gets those kind of numbers, but Schumer and most of his caucus oppose the House-passed bill. Instead, they want to back their own version that tied government funding to health care provision, limits on the president's ability to freeze spending. Both failed in the Senate. He said, we're hoping that Trump will negotiate with us, but so far he hasn't. We have to get a better bill than what they had last time. But the rapidly approaching Congress faces the September 30 midnight deadline to pass the measure or trigger a partial shutdown. The new fiscal year, of course, begins October 1. Now, Republicans have the majority in both chambers, but you got to have some Democrat support because you've got a 60-vote threshold there in the Senate. Going back to March, that's when Schumer faced a lot of backlash from the lefties, the progressives, for allowing another Republican stopgap to pass. Critics threatened to primary him in 2028. Yesterday, he defended the current standoff as being different, saying this is a demand from the American people across the board. Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are demanding concessions, including preservation of the Affordable Care Act subsidies that expire at the end of the year, reversal of Medicaid reforms in the Republicans' Working Families Tax Cut Act, restored funding for public health research. President Trump pushed Republicans to back a clean continuing revolution through November 21, but he said he's open to meeting with Democrat leaders. I'd love to meet with them, but I don't think it's going to have any impact, as he spoke to reporters this past day at the White House. I mean, he'll speak to them, but he's saying, well, no, you always want us to give in to you, but you never want to, on your side, make any concessions. It's a two-way street. Nonetheless, lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit Tel360.com to learn more.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tel today at 866-404-6289 or visit Tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro says Americans must universally condemn political violence after the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. The governor made the plea during an appearance on NBC's Meet the Press.
No matter where it is, whether it's against Charlie Kirk or someone else, it is not okay. And we all have to work together to condemn it. We got to find our better angels.
Shapiro is among the victims in a recent string of political violence, as he and his family were targeted in an arson attack earlier in the year. Authorities believe the suspect had targeted the governor for his Jewish faith after he reportedly claimed Shapiro had plans for what he wants to do with the Palestinian people. Tropical storm Gabrielle has strengthened into a Category 2 hurricane with 65-mile-an-hour winds. Forecasters say it's around 390 miles southeast of Bermuda and expected to pass east of that island later tonight. President Trump is urging U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi to prosecute his political rivals.
Trump went on Truth Social Saturday and complained that, quote, nothing is being done about his political foes and called for charges to be brought against Senator Adam Schiff, former FBI Director James Comey, and New York Attorney General Letitia James. Trump wrote, quote, we can't delay any longer, and said the lack of charges was killing our reputation and credibility. In all caps, he added, justice must be served now. I'm Lisa Carton.
A new study reports wildfire smoke is now responsible for over 41,000 deaths in the U.S. every year.
Researchers warn that by 2050, smoke could become the deadliest climate-driven threat to Americans. The study published this week in Nature says by mid-century, smoke-related deaths are expected to climb by another 30,000 per year, making wildfire smoke more dangerous than extreme heat, crop losses, or rising energy costs. The results suggest wildfire smoke is erasing decades of clean air progress from the Clean Air Act, especially in western states. I'm Rob Bartier.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My Financial Fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Muhammad Khalil is fighting an immigration court judge's order that he be deported to Syria or Algeria. His lawyers requested a federal judge intervene on his behalf in the case, which started when Khalil was arrested by the Trump administration earlier this year.
A standing order from a federal judge in New Jersey blocks Khalil's removal from the country, while he has until October to appeal the decision made by an immigration judge in Louisiana. Khalil, who first gained federal attention because of his involvement in pro-Palestinian demonstrations at Columbia University, is a legal permanent resident. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A Texas man faces 22 counts after allegedly making threatening anti-Muslim phone calls to New York mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani. Prosecutors say 44-year-old Jeremy Fistel of Plano, Texas, told Mamdani to watch his back. He's been charged with hate crimes and terroristic threats. The Justice Department heads back to court tomorrow in Virginia, pushing to break up Google's ad tech monopoly. A judge already ruled that Google dominates online search, and now the government wants the company to open source its ad auction system or possibly sell it off. The Sacramento man accused at shooting at television station KXTV is back in custody.
I don't know what the motive is. Right now, preliminarily, it does appear that a vehicle did drive by, shots were fired, and the vehicle took off.
The FBI says Anibal Hernandez Santana was rearrested for violating a federal communications law. He's due in court next week after firing multiple shots at the TV station on Friday. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
What do you say? Hey, we got a Monday. Welcome aboard as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Fall officially arrives today. And we're actually less than 12 hours away. Are you ready? All right, back at it here at 844-844-3388. We mentioned on our Friday program the legislation that has actually been introduced banning predatory lease purchase programs used by many of these trucking companies to generate higher profits at the expense of drivers. Introduced last Wednesday, Representative Julia Brownley would amend the federal regulations to prohibit the use of predatory commercial motor vehicle lease purchase programs by certain motor carriers and for other purposes, according to the bill. Acting on the recommendations from the Joint Task Force put together by the FMCSA. Congress should ban commercial motor vehicle lease purchase agreements as irredeemable tools of fraud and driver oppression that threaten a safe national transportation system and diminish the number of truck drivers attracted to and who stay in the industry. Such a prohibition would be the most efficient and effective remedy to stop the damage created by lease purchase programs. That was the actual recommendation that came down from that joint task force that's been holding meetings and discussions over the past couple of years. The programs create an inequitable power dynamic that the carriers exploit to lower the cost, shifting the expense of buying, maintaining, and operating tractors onto the driver. Programs are designed for the carriers to obtain greater profits than they would earn from comparably experienced employees in straight independent contractor or driver arrangements. Pretty simple. Of course, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, which was represented on that task force, agreed with the findings. Regrettably, these have been around forever. They've been used through the years to run through people like oats through a horse, says Todd Spencer. And when drivers get sucked into these programs, they end up working their butts off just trying to survive. And in more cases than not, they do not. The anonymous hippopotamus.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back there, Your Honor. Yeah, so the other thing is these guys jump into being a truck owner not knowing, hardly which end's the front and which end's the back. So most of them, I shouldn't say probably that bad, but they don't have the ability to work on the things at all. So they're always paying, shop rate, labor rate.
Outrageous prices,
and
yes.
I don't know. Yeah, last time I checked into those rates there, I mean, even my little local shop that I try to have help me out with my stuff, like $135 an hour. And so So anyways, I mean, that'll put you right in the hole faster than anything else. It's just trying to pay labor rates to have the equipment work done. But anyways, so last week there we had that songwriter there. What was his name? Brett James, I believe it was.
Yeah.
And
they
said there was 3 on board that perished, and so I guess they released that it was wife and was it his daughter or stepdaughter? Something like that.
One of the two, yeah. I mean, Friday morning I mentioned at the time, I hadn't seen who else, but yeah, it turned out some kind of like the family. He was the pilot.
Okay, yeah, I kind of assumed since there was just the 3, they said 3 and didn't mention anything about, somebody else flying the plane for him.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, so you had that going on. In the music news there, your news there's been talking about Farm Aid and that. It'd be pretty hard for me to try to take, if I was a farmer, especially on the Republican side, to really take money from Farm Aid. Willie Nelson is pretty much left contributing donor. Bob Dylan, Neil Young, last I knew, they were all pretty much on the far left side.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't heard anything of what they've been saying lately. If they've been very politically active out here with the latest few things and that. But yeah. So I don't know. I think I'd be going somewhere that had more my views to ask for financial help if necessary. Then I know they said Farm Aid is up to 40, and it's I guess a fun time concert and everything. Never had the opportunity to get to one, but yeah. I mean, if you look at it, the political way there is not really on. They're not really on our team, Your Honor.
Correct.
And so, hey, speaking of our team, and you just said something about negotiating, and you mentioned Chuck Schumer and that. In your newscast there, the interview they have with him, he says that the Republicans don't want to work with him to the Democrats to pass a bill, and the whole time he was Speaker of the House there, that he always worked with he always wanted to negotiate and work with the Republicans and never. What? When did this happen? What? I mean, now wasn't he Speaker of the House when President Trump was president the other time?
Yes.
Do you remember any working with Republicans, or wasn't it my way or the highway pretty much with him when President Trump was in office the previous time?
I remember distinctively the little meeting they had with Trump sitting in between Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi at the time. And I think they were arguing about immigration at the time. And whether it was building the wall, I can't recall. But you remember when Chuck Schumer was trying to say, you're going to force the government to shut down, and Trump pointed at him and said, shut it down. I'll take full responsibility. Shut it down.
Yes, but I don't know. It's just amazing how a little bit of time and not being in a position of power, how the whole story changes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
It's just amazing how that works. But anyways, there. So I guess that was that. I don't know. Probably had a couple other things I was trying to think of at the time there. Should have wrote them down there. I should be more like Knucklebuster, be a better caller like Knucklebuster, and write things down to be able to remember what I want to say instead of having these trains of thought pop in my mind. And when you pick up the phone, you know where all those trains of thought go when you pick up the phone, Your Honor?
Right out the window.
Somewhere, because I don't know where they go. I'm glad you got an idea, but maybe I ought to roll the window up. Maybe that would help. I don't know. Anyways, Your Honor, enough nonsense. You got to get out there and do some due diligence because, this ain't working for you.
All right. Well, we shall do our due diligence. Let's say hello to Buckwheat. Morning, Buckwheat.
Oh, man. Good morning, Steve. You mean I'm the most intelligent caller? Horse feathers can't keep on growing? Yeah, well, what I was thinking, there's Democrat and Chucky Schumer there, and he's saying that, you know, the Republicans are supposed to work with me, and, you know, from what I've seen I would agree with what Horse Feathers was saying. They're pretty much saying that, you know, it's our way or the highway. I never remembered the Democrats ever compromising, and I don't know. I just have this mindset that the Democrats are pretty much or should be charged with treason. You know, because anything that's good for the country, they seem to go against it. You know, and just they can't even vote to say that somebody that's assassinated is, you know, they're not against that, and you know, it's a shameful the way the Democrats act, and you know, in our local community there, it's pretty much Republican, and there's some sort of Democrat, you know, came on and he's running for county commissioner or township supervisor, I think it is. And he's saying, oh, now you actually have a choice the first time in so many years. And it's like, well, I don't think that's really a choice, you know. But anyhow, you know, he claims he's going to get rid of all the infighting and stuff, you know, and make the township run better. And, well, I don't know. So anyhow, yeah, we'll let that go. I try not to worry too much about politics, and you know, and the Charlie Kirk thing funeral yesterday at the big shindig, and I just try to. I like to, even though I drive to New York City every single day, I try to avoid crowds. I mean, it's. I'd rather go to places where there's not so many people. But anyhow, I'll go there and get paid to go there, but not all my free time. But yeah, this weekend here we had a company meeting, and you know, they were going over to, you know, some house cleaning stuff, and I took Ashton Mario Kart along because Prima Wheat there, she went to a yard sale that left at 4:30 in the morning, and so, but they're handing out free hats there at the meeting, and Ashton Mario Kart got another hat to add to his collection, and he was quite proud with that. And then we went over to the East Coast Foreman truck meet there, a bunch of antique trucks, and got to walk around and look at some beautiful old equipment, and there was even some new equipment there. I seen something that would a cattle trailer there behind, brand shiny new, all shiny, and I think it would look good behind a chrome-plated cow truck that the two-time hauls, and yeah, it would have looked good behind his rig. And one of the interesting things there, you know, you come to these antique things, and you see ways of how they made things work in the olden days, and they had an old style reefer there where they just had like a little pony motor on the out front of the trailer, and they would pack ice in and have a fan blowing over it, and that's how to keep the trailer cool. And I was like, wow. And I thought of that. I seen that. I was like, man, they didn't have temp recorders back then. I'm sure that's there in some of these 100-degree days, you know. Yeah, that thing works so good, you know, keeps stuff cool in there. But anyhow, it's what they had to work with. And actually, I met a bunch of people there that I knew, and I came across a friend that he had I made mention of my neighbor there that made mention when he got his truck stolen down in Florida. And so down working with another company, and he was there sitting in a golf cart, and I was sort of teasing him about sitting on a golf cart, and he said, well, that's basically all I can do right now. I guess he hasn't been working since the beginning of July. He stepped off a curb on the sidewalk while he was at work there, and he tore his some sort of ligament off his knee. And, yeah, so he can't walk. He can't, he's going through therapy now. They reattached his tendon to his knee. But anyhow, you see a bunch of people at these shindigs. And so, later on we went to buy some of that, Stateville at their local hardware store. And they had a coupon there, said you get $6 off if you buy $20 worth of product from it's the Ace Hardware Store coupon, and well, get that Stateville there. That was $19.99, and I was like, oh man, 1 penny less than So I asked the Mario Kart there and got a soda pop out of the display case there. So yeah, so we could get over the $20 mark and get the $6 off. Anyhow, and on Sunday there, my cream of wheat there was, I don't know if she's battling allergies or has a cold or something, but she was feeling under the weather, and I had a sore throat on yesterday, and so I went out shopping for her, and I went through our local Walmart, and I seen those stickers that Phil was talking about, the digital stickers on the shelves there, or digital little square boxes, and I think that's a pretty neat setup there. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it could be packed in. I don't know how that stuff works, but so then. I was watching my Eagles play there on Sunday afternoon, and man, I pretty much was feeling pretty sick most of the game, because my Eagles were not doing so good. But yeah, they're in the fourth quarter. They decided to play some football, and then they blocked 2 punts and had one returned for a touchdown, and that was how they came victorious. And so yeah, that's sort of what we did this weekend. Not too much, but I'm on my way to New York City here. We got getting the fall season here. We got some apple cider on the way going to New York.
Wow!
And some meat, turkey, and pork, and eggs, and so yeah, we got a lot of nutritious stuff and good stuff for the people in New York City. We like to take care of them and make sure they can sustain themselves. But so anyhow, you have a good show this morning here, and that's pretty much all I have. We'll speak at you later.
All right. Yeah, and you had beautiful weather for the Marmon Truck Show over the weekend. I did notice that.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, back at it here Hey, Grump had some thoughts on some of these lease purchase programs. Welcome back, Grump.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know that they're ever going to do anything with them. I mean, they can put forth everything they want, but what it boils down to is I think they're going to look at it. They're going to view it as it's an individual choice, that somebody made that conscious decision to sign on that dotted line. And whether they make money or not, I don't think the government really gives a rat's rear, to be honest with you. I think we're going to hear a lot about it. And I could be wrong. They could completely rewrite that in the truth in lending laws so that there is protections in there for the leasee, but right now there is none. And companies, they've been doing this for so long, Steve. It's been since the middle 80s that they really started up, or even earlier than that they really started up with these lease purchase programs. And they did that for one damn reason, to entice people into believing that they are their own entity, that they're their own owner operator, that they have the right to say no and can kind of do things themselves. But they also got the right to have their settlement raped every damn week for sometimes $2,200-$2,300 a week in all the charges and the payments and everything else. And that's what I don't understand is why, that somebody that would get involved in these things. If they sit and look on the dotted line and actually read through that contract on everything that they're going to have to cover throughout the tenure of that contract, there is no winning in it. There is no way under the sun that they're gonna win if they take a week off, or anything like that for vacation. Well, guess what? That payment keeps coming. It's just next week you got to make up two of them. Instead of being $2,000 or $2,100 down a week, just on payments. Now you're down, $4,100 a week. So that is the design of these things. That is to keep drivers working, and it also eliminates the liability of these companies when it comes to slow down in freight. All right, they look at it like, hey, that's not our problem. You signed on the dotted line. We're going to keep these company trucks over here going because we got to keep a butt in that seat. But as far as yours is concerned, you signed on that dotted line. When we get a load for you, that's fine. We'll throw one on you. But until then, the payments keep coming. There is no waivers for it or anything else. So I don't know that anything at all is going to come about on that. It could, it very well could, but I just look at it like it's been this unwritten rule for so damn long that companies have just been able to do anything under the sun in the name of interstate commerce to bring in more people here to more drivers out here, but they do everything and it's not just the companies, but government itself has created such an atmosphere, such a hostile atmosphere on drivers. I mean, hell, where else can you get $1,000 fine if you misspell a name on a town or something like that, or forget to log something? This industry is just right for a good makeover, and if they hammer away on the lease purchase programs, and that's fantastic. I think it's something that needs to be done, but whether it gets done, it's still up in the air. You see posts all the time, like even with this English speaking thing, you see posts all the time that 5,000 drivers have been put out of service because of not being able to speak English. You just read a report there.
Yeah, I said it was 4,000 something right now. Hey, hold the thought there. Hey, TEL will get you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit TEL360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. French President Emmanuel Macron says he will formally recognize the Palestinian state at the United Nations General Assembly in New York. While appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, Macron says the decision is necessary to counter Hamas.
If we want to stop this war, if we want to isolate Hamas, the recognition process and the peace plan which goes with this recognition process is a precondition.
Other nations, including Canada and the UK, have also expressed similar plans. President Trump commented on the situation last week during his state visit to the UK, saying he wants to stop the fighting but disagrees with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer's stance on recognizing a Palestinian state. President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance joined tens of thousands in Arizona to honor the late Charlie Kirk at State Farm Stadium. Kirk's widow and Turning Point colleagues remembered him as a leader, father, and a friend. He was assassinated on September 10th while speaking at a Utah college. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
right, roll on through the late night, early morning hours to get the new week underway. Ready for the official arrival of fall. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Grump. Welcome back.
You bet. You know, yeah, they're gonna. I guess they're gonna have a good discussion about this and about the lease purchase programs. But whatever happens, it's. I think it may be something that is left up to just changing the language a lot of on some of the leases, and but it's going to wind up being, I think, left up to the individual whether they want to lease a truck or whatever they want to do with it. I think that's pretty much what should happen. But you're destined to fail when you start leasing these things for that kind of money, especially when the freight. When you have a downturn in the economy or anything else, because that truck you just leased, with that company, if they got company trucks there, you're not gonna, you're gonna be the last one that gets to eat. Put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be interesting to see. But anyway, last week we were talking about religion, and I had made a comment that I don't like being preached at. And, man, I'll tell you what, I got 4 or 5 damn people sending me personal messages there saying, what are you, an atheist or something? No, I'm not a damn atheist. Not by any means. I mean, it just, I just look at it a little different than most people. I'm not somebody that wears religion on a sleeve, but, on my sleeve, but I got all the respect in the world for people like Brother Rambler that that does sermons and things, but I'm just not that person that can go sit in a church or anything else. So I think my religion is more private than anything else with me.
Mm-hmm.
And to be able to believe in God or Jesus Christ as a Savior or what. However you want to believe it, I mean, you can look at things, Steve, take a look at what Knucklebuster said the other day about brain function, that your brain they say your brain lives 7 minutes after you die. You can talk about evolution or for people that don't believe in God or has no kind of faith in their life, they can talk about evolution. But when you look at just something like the brain itself, there is over 100 billion neurons in one brain. If you was to take everything in your life that you learned over the years, that you've processed through your brain alone, or mine or anybody's, and put it on a DVD, those DVDs would be stacked up from the ground to the damn space station. Literally, that's what scientists believe. That where else in your mind, when you look at things, how it is, and when you're trying to process this stuff, that there's over 7 trillion different nerve endings and connections just within the brain itself. How could that be evolution? I guess I look at it like,
mm-hmm.
There was a design behind the human mind. There was a design behind the human being. And I just don't think that evolution, that we would evolve into who we are today
mm-hmm.
without some kind of, design like that from a higher power. And so, all these idiots that'll send me these damn little hit and run messages, with their little snotty ass remarks or something like that. I love to read is one thing that I do. I'll read 70 books a year probably. And I wouldn't give you a nickel for every TV show made. I do that because I like to consume, some kind of knowledge. You're never too old to learn. Hell, I'm 65 years old and I still like to learn about, whatever I can. It's just better than sitting around pissed off and watching some stupid show that will also piss you off. But I just want to clear that up. let's talk a little bit about this investigation that are these charges that Trump has gotten on Bondi about. What do you think about that?
I just can't help but wonder why it's taken so long to get things done. I mean, it doesn't look good, I don't think, for him to be pushing her to do something. I mean, you have to have a solid case, right? I mean, although Adam Schiff's his case seems, solid, clear as set. I don't know as much about Letitia James, but I don't know. What's your take? It's not a good look to be trying to pressure her.
I think he needs to back off of that because it looks like a political hit piece, and I also think that they need to have somebody in there that maybe get another special investigation, put a time limit on it of say 4 to 6 months, and pick up where the Durham report left off. Where Durham, John Durham spent $6.5 million on a 4-year investigation that got 3 people. All right, 2 of them were on process crimes that were dismissed after they went to trial. The third one, an FBI agent, pled guilty to his part in releasing information. So he pled guilty to that, got fired. It made the whole Durham report look like it's as gutless as it could be. And when Donald Trump is saying I want these people prosecuted, and he's publicly shaming somebody that he also publicly said was the best choice for him to put in that office. I think Trump just needs to park his ass somewhere and shut the hell up for a little while. I voted for Donald Trump, but I get so damn sick of listening to his demands on something like this. Does he not understand exactly what would happen if she brought charges against, say, Adam Schiff or somebody like that? And he's talking a lot of it. He was talking about what Adam Schiff said. He lied while he was on the House floor. Mm-hmm. Well, guess what? There's Immunities Act for that. Whatever they say when they're standing in front of that lectern on the House floor, they are immune from prosecution, whether it's a lie or whatever. You or I could not go to Congress and testify because and have something that they disagreed with or they construed as being a lie or untruthful. We would be prosecuted right off the bat for contempt of Congress. That's something that should be afforded or not afforded to, but mandated, that people in government also are prosecuted under the same guidelines, but they're not. They're allowed this so-called great deference on let me lie to this, let me just spread this truths and all this other stuff to the American public, and they do it for political reasons, political gain. All right, so that's the way they look at it, and I just think, Donald, shut up. Quietly say, hey, look, let's get a special investigator that can, and put a time limit on this and amount of money, and let them look over the evidence and see if it's something that can be brought in front of a grand jury. All right, if it can be, then bring it in front of a damn grand jury. Let them make up their mind. Let the grand jury file the charges if that's what needs to be happening. But do not sit there and shame somebody that you put in office, and saying that she was the best choice that you could have, simply because she's not going fast enough for what he believes needs to happen. Yeah, he went through a political persecution. That crap should have never happened. And Letitia James is as crooked as a dog's hind leg, but yet, Adam Schiff, I don't think anything's going to happen with him. I think it's just, he could get indicted, but I think it would be awful hard for somebody to prosecute him for some of the stuff that he's done. He's a crooked son of a gun, and he deserves to be under the jail. I can't stand looking at that apple-headed bastard. He is as miserable as they come.
Yep.
But, he also has something that Donald Trump doesn't have. He has a whole damn slew of Democrats that'll back him tooth and nail. and they can put out as much garbage as they want about this investigation, or if it is an investigation, and there's something that Trump needs to look at. The midterms are coming up quickly, and Americans, that 6 to 8% of the voting population that changes the course of elections. He needs to watch very closely at them people. And I was listening there earlier. I didn't catch it all, but they were talking about, and I think you said something about it, was the Affordable Care Act. What was that about now?
That was when it comes to the stopgap legislation, the funding bill or whatever to prevent the government shutdown. Yeah, they want to take the cuts that were made in the tax bill and re-implement them, I guess would be the word, to put them back in place.
Okay. That's the third rail of politics right there on that Affordable Care Act. And initially they swore up and down that there was 10 million people that could not afford health insurance. And now there's 30 million that can't afford health insurance. And it's rapidly increasing because insurance, number one, is a $1 billion industry that every congressional member, if you was to open up their portfolios, I would be willing to bet that damn near every one of them has some kind of investment in some kind of insurance company. And the only reason they do is because it's so heavily subsidized by the government. When you can look at a average person that needs to get gallbladder surgery, and it's refused and refused and refused by the insurance companies over and over and over. And here's a $8,000 surgery. But yet, and for that CEO to stand there and write the rules and regulations for, what they do on these surgeries, how many times they'll refuse it before they actually go through it, and how much money it's going to save at the end of the year, and how they're going to be able to, their stock prices and everything else that's going to be incorporated in on that. And then that bastard gets a $150 million bonus for saving, that kind of money. It's just subsidized so heavily through, taxpayer funding that it should never happen. Number one, I have always talked about, and I always thought that insurance companies need to be nationalized. They should be a nonprofit organization. If they were a nonprofit organization, every dollar that they take in needs to go back out. And for one reason, because of the competition, it should be opened up. There's 286 different medical insurance companies in the United States. People don't understand that. They sell medical insurance all over the place. But you come to a state like I live in, like here in Missouri, we have 5 different medical insurance companies that we can actually purchase insurance from. Why is that? It's because the unions have wrapped that up. Number one, they've decided that this is the best way to go, that they can get the best deals. So the government, our government, when under Jay Nixon, when he was here, he put a stop to a lot of the other competitors that was trying to come into the state of Missouri on medical insurance. Now, when we look at all this crap that's going on under surgeries and all the rest of the stuff that you have to have medical insurance, there's absolutely no way. When I had my throat surgery, or neck surgery, when I had 2 discs replaced in my neck, what would you say that surgery cost? That 3-hour surgery that I had. Just take a ballpark figure. What would you say it would cost?
$30,000.
Try $300,000.
Okay.
I had 2 discs replaced in my neck, and it was $300,000. My wife had a heart attack. She was rolled through an emergency room, not stopping or come off the helicopter, went through the emergency room, right into the operating room. Didn't stop, didn't do anything. We got an $8,000 bill to clean the emergency room, number one, for cleaning. We had the emergency room doctor that was standing there with his thumb up his butt when she went through, didn't stop, didn't say anything to her, filed a $10,000 bill through the insurance company because he was on call at that time to do, he was ready. Hell, he was suited up. He was ready to, do that, put me in, coach, if you need me kind of thing. So I'm going to charge you $10,000. It's ridiculous, Steve, the amount of money that hospitals and things charge on stuff for insurance companies. But they do that for a reason, because number one, we've got 30 million damn illegals here that thinks that emergency room is their freaking doctor's office. So we try to, you try to make sense out of all this. You really do. You step back and you look at the big picture and you say, why are you charging me this? I had to sit in a law library after my wife's heart attack for, better part of a week, going through every kind of law, everything else, because number one, the company that I had insurance with, I had it for 7 days when she had a heart attack. So what they do, they gave me back my premiums and dropped us. Said we're not paying a penny on it. Well, I wound up suing them, and they did pay. I was representing myself and her, but they did pay. All right, I went back through the hospital and asked for an itemized bill on that hospital. And she said, we don't do that. We give what's called a global bill. And I said, well, you can stick your global bill where the sun don't shine. I want an itemized bill. I want to see exactly what it is. So they provided that. We got that whole bill that went from $83,000 for her 2-day stay in the hospital. I got it knocked down to $8,000 just over crap that they should not have charged us on. The helicopter ride, they charged $18,000. When I got to looking around at it, the damn helicopter come in as a grant. It was given to that company there, that private company. They got it through a grant, a taxpayer grant. So that $18,000, I said, I'll pay you $1,000. Other than that, I'm going to expose the hell out of you. And that paid for the service to come over here. Now, people got pissed off about that. They said, hey, they could go out of business like that. I don't care. I don't give a damn. No, they're not going to go out of business. Number one, they're so heavily subsidized by the government. So they're not going to go out of business. And when our tax dollars is going to buy helicopters and stuff, you should not get a damn bill for that helicopter except for the services provided by that nurse and that flight, the flight surgeon that's on that helicopter. And it shouldn't be enough to go broke over. When my father had cancer, the first 3 pills that he got was $6,000. Called me up and said, well, it's been nice knowing you. I can't afford this. I paid it for him. Remember Bobby? You remember Pony Soldier? Mm-hmm. He had cancer, and they canceled his surgery to his bladder surgery. He was having his bladder removed because of he was ate up with cancer. He called me up, and he said, and he was nearly in tears. He said, man, Grumpy said, this is crazy, man. He said, they just canceled my damn insurance. I said, they can't cancel your insurance. This was after the Affordable Care Act took place. Well, the private company that he had insurance with said, yeah, we can. So we got on the phone. I fired my laptop up, got him on the phone, got the home health, deal on the phone there. We went back through everything and got him a policy that would cover his health insurance. All right. Or that would cover his stay in the hospital. And this guy was about to have a damn heart attack over, because he couldn't, couldn't get his cancer surgery. And we should, in a civilized country like the United States, that crap should never happen. We should have the best of the best, and we do have. But they cater to so much. Look at that damn King Fayed that come over from Saudi Arabia to have back surgery. What was it, about 10 years ago? He come over here. He landed it with 3 747s. He was on one of them. The other one had all his wives on there, which was 17 of them damn gals. And the third one had all their clothes. So they went to Cedar-Sinai Hospital in New York, and took over the top floor of that damn place, had it remodeled just for that jackass. I remember reading an article that when they left, he was here 6 months for the back surgery because nowhere else around could do it but there. When he left out and going back to the plane, it took 30 YRC trucks and trailers with the little pups to haul all their crap back on to get on the damn planes to fly home on. But they took over a whole wing of that damn hospital, paid for it. How many people that needed surgeries and stuff like that? I mean, our priorities, man, it's just so damn goofed up. It's unbelievable. But, I still think this is the greatest damn nation that there ever was. Yeah, we got some dumbasses and we got a few warts along the way, but there is no other country that I want to be in. And I've been to a ton of them. I mean, this is still as messed up as it is. You can go to any country right now and people are wanting to come to the United States, and it just, that relieves a little bit of the pressure that you have in your soul, honestly, when you look at it and you say, we got a lot to be thankful for here in the United States, but we also got a lot to bitch about, to try to make things better. And, but anyway, that's kind of, I didn't mean to get on a big rant there about everything, but it really pisses you off, when you sit back and you look at things and you think, my God, why am I paying a fortune for health insurance? I pay out $30,000 a damn year, on my wife before it picks up $1, before it pays anything, in premiums and out of pocket, $30,000. And it's asinine to think that, hell, that's, I could have a hell of a house, man. Boy, this road is rougher than the dickens, man.
But I can, when it comes to hospital bills, when I was out at Uncle Fred's the other day, he opened one bill, and this was like his responsibility after the insurance, whatever. It was like $51,000, and that was, I think, he said the original was like $330,000. Some said, you got to be kidding me. And that was, I think it was like maybe 8 rounds of chemo. He was doing it once a week, every Tuesday. But I don't know. It's quite expensive, to say the least. The perils of a Tesla. A Tesla driver and 2 kids burned alive after crashing into a tree because rescuers couldn't open the electronic doors, according to police. This happened earlier in the month in Germany, but more on that story coming up in our final hour. Of course, we get more of your calls ahead. Roll it into a Monday at 844-844-3388. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro says Americans must universally condemn political violence after the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. The governor made the plea during an appearance on NBC's Meet the Press.
No matter where it is, whether it's against Charlie Kirk or someone else, it is not okay. And we all have to work together to condemn it. We got to find our better angels.
Shapiro is among the victims in a recent string of political violence, as he and his family were targeted in an arson attack earlier in the year. Authorities believe the suspect had targeted the governor for his Jewish faith after he reportedly claimed Shapiro had plans for what he wants to do with the Palestinian people. Tropical storm Gabrielle has strengthened into a Category 2 hurricane with 65-mile-an-hour winds. Forecasters say it's around 390 miles southeast of Bermuda and expected to pass east of that island later tonight. President Trump is urging U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi to prosecute his political rivals.
Trump went on Truth Social Saturday and complained that, quote, nothing is being done about his political foes and called for charges to be brought against Senator Adam Schiff, former FBI Director James Comey, and New York Attorney General Letitia James. Trump wrote, quote, we can't delay any longer, and said the lack of charges was killing our reputation and credibility. In all caps, he added, justice must be served now. I'm Lisa Carton.
A new study reports wildfire smoke is now responsible for over 41,000 deaths in the U.S. every year.
Researchers warn that by 2050, smoke could become the deadliest climate-driven threat to Americans. The study published this week in Nature says by mid-century, smoke-related deaths are expected to climb by another 30,000 per year, making wildfire smoke more dangerous than extreme heat, crop losses, or rising energy costs. The results suggest wildfire smoke is erasing decades of clean air progress from the Clean Air Act, especially in western states. I'm Rob Bartier.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
Word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
Muhammad Khalil is fighting an immigration court judge's order that he be deported to Syria or Algeria. His lawyers requested a federal judge intervene on his behalf in the case, which started when Khalil was arrested by the Trump administration earlier this year.
A standing order from a federal judge in New Jersey blocks Khalil's removal from the country, while he has until October to appeal the decision made by an immigration judge in Louisiana. Khalil, who first gained federal attention because of his involvement in pro-Palestinian demonstrations at Columbia University, is a legal permanent resident. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A Texas man faces 22 counts after allegedly making threatening anti-Muslim phone calls to New York mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani. Prosecutors say 44-year-old Jeremy Fistel of Plano, Texas, told Mamdani to watch his back. He's been charged with hate crimes and terroristic threats. The Justice Department heads back to court tomorrow in Virginia, pushing to break up Google's ad tech monopoly. A judge already ruled that Google dominates online search, and now the government wants the company to open source its ad auction system or possibly sell it off. The Sacramento man accused of shooting at television station KXTV is back in custody.
I don't know what the motive is. Right now, preliminarily, it does appear that a vehicle did drive by, shots were fired, and the vehicle took off.
The FBI says Anibal Hernandez Santana was rearrested for violating a federal communications law. He's due in court next week after firing multiple shots at the TV station on Friday. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Shall we get our final hour underway on a Monday? Well, here we go. Are you ready for fall? Here it comes later today. See if Eagle hanging in there on a Monday. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here. Even after that last phone call. Hey, Steve, I want to make a couple of comments about the situation with NASCAR and Denny Hamlin, what happened yesterday, I mean. But before that, I wanted to make a comment. I've already told you how I feel about the lease purchase program. Luckily, that loser that used to call your show couple of months ago, I bet you that idiot still ain't paid off a truck. He probably still driving a lease truck right now. Some people never learn because, like I said, all you are is a company driver that's making a truck payment. You say that you owner operator, but yet you have a governed truck. You only run. I talked to some of them guys, trucks that only do 67 miles an hour. And like I say, I'm a company driver, and my truck runs 75. So how the hell can you call yourself a company driver? I mean, owner operator when your truck you can't even run 70 miles an hour. Then you can't even pick. They say that you got a choice to pick out your loads. Well, turn down one of those loads. They might give you 2 or 3 loads. Turn down one of those loads and see what happens to you. I bet you find yourself sitting in a truck stop. And last time I checked, you can't make your truck payment if that truck is not rolling. So keep calling yourself an owner operator. You'll find out. Like I always tell you, Steve, you'll find out if you're an owner operator when you miss one of those truck payments and they send that record truck out to your house to pick it up, and you'll find out you're not the owner of that truck until you got the title in your back pocket. So the only person that owns that truck is that company you're running for. So stop making the payments, and you'll find out if you're an owner operator. Now let me get to the situation with Denny Hamlin. What happened at the race yesterday? Denny Hamlin. A lot of people don't like Denny Hamlin. I'm not a particular fan of the guy, but he's paid his dues. He's been in NASCAR over 10 or 15 years. He's won races, but he has yet to win a championship. He speaks his mind, exactly what he does, just like Kyle Busch and Dale Earnhardt and some other people, and that's why people don't like it. But that's what he needs to do. Is he has the right to voice his opinion, and if people don't like it, just don't turn your TV off. The way I look at it. But as far as what happened with his teammate yesterday, he wrecked his teammate. I have no problem with it. Denny Hamlin is running for a championship. His teammate, he should be smart enough to look in his mirror and see that Denny Hamlin is behind him and that he's running for a champion. You don't block your teammate. You try to get the hell out of the way and let the man go on by so he can possibly have a chance to win the race and maybe win a championship. But apparently Ty Gibbs doesn't see it that way because he's nothing but a spoiled punk whose grandfather owns the team, and that's the only reason he has a ride anyway. He's been in NASCAR 3 years, and the Cup has yet to win a race. Any other team, he probably would be without a job. It's just that simple. He like I said, he had no business blocking Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin wrecked it. No, I don't think you should ever wreck your teammate. But he got on his radio and told his spotter to tell Ty to get out of the way. He didn't get out of the way, so Denny Hamlin got him out of the way, and that's what he should have done. And I bet you he won't do. I bet you the next time he see Denny Hamlin in his mirror, I bet you he will get out of the way. So that's what it takes if you want to win a championship. Dale Earnhardt, he didn't make friends when he was winning his championships. You don't make friends. Nice guys don't finish first. That nice guys finish last. So I have no problem with Denny Hamlin doing what he did yesterday, and anybody else that decides to get in his way in the playoffs for the next few races, hopefully he'll put them in the wall too, so he can go on and win his championship that's well deserved, even though he drives the Toyota. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Yeah, I saw some headlines about some sort of a controversy, and I wasn't aware of what actually unfolded this past day. So it was Denny and his teammate, huh? Well, but the cancellation of Jimmy Kimmel and all the outrage of censorship, that's what we're hearing now. What about The View? You know, the FCC commissioner, Brendan Carr, said in an interview that ABC's The View could actually be investigated after Jimmy Kimmel's late night show. Remarks, of course, that he made about Charlie Kirk. He says, quote, I would assume you could make the argument that The View is a bona fide news show, but I'm not so sure about that. I think it's worthwhile to have the FCC look into whether The View and some of the programs that you have still qualify as bona fide news programs and therefore are exempt from the equal opportunity regime that Congress has put in place. Of course, the daytime show, Whoopi Goldberg, Joy Behar, Sonny Hostin, Sarah Haynes, Anna Navarro. Of course, we know what got Jimmy into hot water, suggesting that the assassin of Charlie Kirk was actually a Trump supporter and a MAGA supporter. Now, Carr said Kimmel was attempting to mislead the public, absolutely, with his on-air statements. The issue that arose here, where lots and lots of people were upset, it was not a joke. It was appearing to directly mislead the American public about a significant fact here. Now, under the FCC's jurisdiction, ABC, CBS, NBC have special requirements to, quote, operate within the public interest. That's always been the case, and it's the same for radio and broadcast. Broadcasters are different than any other form of communication. Carr said his agency had a strong case for holding Kimmel, ABC, and the network parent Walt Disney accountable for spreading false information. Now you've got prominent Democrats, including former President Barack Obama, critical of Kimmel's suspension. Now, after years of complaining about cancel culture, the current administration has taken it to a new, dangerous level by routinely threatening regulatory action against media companies unless they muzzle or fire reporters and commentators they don't like. Now, that was the post made on X by Barack Obama. He fails to point out the fact that they're being pressured for reporting lies. The case of Kamala Harris and 60 Minutes actually editing down during a heated coming up on an election to actually interfere with the election results, hoping to make her look like a better candidate. The case of George Stephanopoulos, and obviously this latest case. President Donald Trump said that Kimmel was removed partially because of a lack of talent. He's not a talented person. Very bad ratings, more than anything else. They should have canned him a long time ago, according to Trump. You can call that free speech or not, but he was fired for lack of talent. It is 844-844-3388. I mentioned the headline of Tesla, and this is not the first time I've heard a scenario where someone involved in an accident, is unable to open the doors. In this case, an accident, the car burst into flames, killing a 43-year-old man and 2 9-year-old children inside, just days after U.S. authorities raised concerns about Tesla handles becoming inoperative. Now, they said another child, also 9, managed to get out and was rushed to the hospital by helicopter. Roman Jordansky, who runs a paint shop across from the crash site, said he ran over to help but couldn't save the 3 people inside. I grabbed the fire extinguisher, ran over, but it didn't help. I wanted to save people. I tried to open the car, but that didn't work. It was already so hot from the fire, but the right side of the car was still relatively undamaged. I didn't help. It didn't work. Teslas have electronic doors that are opened by pressing a button rather than pulling on handles, which are retractable. In a crash, the car's power can fail, rendering the doors useless. Now, supposedly, they do have a manual door release inside, but children may not be able to access or operate them, even if the vehicle's driver is aware that they're there. Germany's Automobile Association warned drivers in April of last year that retractable door handles could be a safety risk. Just over the past week, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration said they had opened an investigation into about 174,000 Tesla Model Y cars from the 2021 model year over reports that the electronic door handles indeed can become inoperative. Not a good thing. All right, 844-844-3388.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Left off there. 844-844-3388. The Department of Transportation, they tell us, issuing an information request aimed at combating the growing theft and fraud that's been driving up cost in the freight markets. Although law enforcement and agencies and industry stakeholders track incidents, reporting, they say, is fragmented, inconsistent, national-level visibility limited, according to the DOT in the request entitled Protecting America's Supply Chain from Cargo Theft. The DOT uniquely positioned to improve coordination across modes, support data collection, and strengthen resilience by working with law enforcement, industry, federal partners. They break the issue down into two general categories. Number one, straight thefts involving stolen trailers and containers or theft of parked trucks at truck stops, marine terminals, distribution centers. And the other is strategic theft, involving fraudulent carriers, staged diversions, cyber attacks, insider collusion. Both categories create significant economic losses and, in some cases, fund broader illicit activities like narcotics trafficking, counterfeiting, human smuggling. Said they may use the responses to identify and close some of the loopholes that allow carriers or transporters removed from service to re-enter operations under different names or affiliations. We used to call them chameleon carriers. A recent webinar hosted by the Travelers Institute kind of highlighted data from CargoNet revealing that cargo theft spiked by more than 90% from 2021 to 2024. The average cost of a stolen load exceeding $200,000. It's a significant enough problem to have led to several hearings on Capitol Hill in the last several months, the latest being on July 15. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars in incidents across the country with no resolution. The DOT acknowledged in their information request that cargo theft at marine terminals and during vessel, truck, rail transfers indeed present a particular challenge due to the high volumes and the value of goods moving through the ports. They are seeking comments in 5 different stakeholder categories. You've got the general category, followed by the law enforcement and security category. Federal agencies, how the DOT operated in administrations like the FMCSA, the Federal Highway Administration, and several others contribute to addressing cargo theft while avoiding duplication of what would be like the FBI or Homeland Security roles. What data collection improvements could the DOT pursue to enhance cargo theft visibility? They'd like to hear from the industry. What industry best practices or technologies have proven most effective in reducing both opportunistic and organized thefts? How should the DOT measure success in reducing cargo theft? To what agency or jurisdiction does industry currently report the cargo theft? How can the DOT reduce barriers to that? Which commodities face the highest risk? And do those risks vary depending on if the commodity is domestic, imported, or exported? And then forward-looking, what potential practices, technologies, or focal points for investigation could the DOT initiate over the next year to test innovative approaches to cargo theft prevention, reporting, and enforcement partnerships? It's a big issue. We share the numbers month after month, where the trends have been continuing higher with no end in sight. Hello to the blind man.
Good morning, Steve. Anyhow, my leftist neighbor came to visit me last week, and she would fit in the category white woman with 6 cats. And she was ranting and raving about the Democrats not being able to accomplish anything. And I tried to explain to her, I said, people are just fed up with what the Democrat Party is up to. And she also got mad because she got a $20 bill back, and somebody wrote on the back above the picture of the White House, Trump lives here, get used to it.
Right.
So she was mad about that. And I wonder if it was one of my $20 bills she got.
Have you done that?
Yeah. Put little messages on my $20 bills and get them circulating. So anyhow, she was ranting, and I just listened to her carry on. And I said, you better get used to it. You're not going to get your way. Now you know how I felt when Biden was in office.
Mm-hmm.
So it's your turn to so-called suffer. But anyhow, I'm waiting to find out when I'm going to get my corrective surgery down there. My financial advisor's got a doctor lined up, and we got to talk to him and see what's next. So it's just a wait-and-see game. And want to shout hello to Buckwheat. I hope he gets hazard pay since he has to go to New York. Had a lot of fun yesterday. I was on the phone from 3 to around 8 o'clock talking with Eskimo Mom, Brain Dead, There was a woman, Lisa, I believe, up in New York State. She delivers milk. And it was a fun thing. I was on there from 3 o'clock till 8 o'clock, and my friend Nick joined in the conversation. It was a lot of fun talking to these people. It really was.
Yeah.
But anyhow, that's it for me today, and I just wanted to check.
Well, thanks for the update. Appreciate you chiming in. Hey, lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit Tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. French President Emmanuel Macron says he will formally recognize the Palestinian state at the United Nations General Assembly in New York. While appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, Macron says the decision is necessary to counter Hamas.
If we want to stop this war, if we want to isolate Hamas, the recognition process and the peace plan which goes with this recognition process is a precondition.
Other nations, including Canada and the UK, have also expressed similar plans. President Trump commented on the situation last week during his state visit to the UK, saying he wants to stop the fighting but disagrees with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer's stance on recognizing a Palestinian state. President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance joined tens of thousands in Arizona to honor the late Charlie Kirk at State Farm Stadium. Kirk's widow and Turning Point colleagues remembered him as a leader, father, and a friend. He was assassinated on September 10th while speaking at a Utah college. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tel today at 866-404-6289 or visit Tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, say hello to Truck and Phil. Happy Monday, best day of the week. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. You're starting off at 65, 72 for a high there, Fort Wayne, 77 are high in Newaygo, Michigan. Roll on, Knucklebuster, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo and flip back again. Everybody have a great week, and Semper Fi. There you go, from Truck and Phil. And there's Steve in Columbus. Morning, Steve Summers, all the listeners. Well, the weekend didn't stay around very long. I got a few things done at the house. Enjoyed a little time on the boat. The coffee's hot, car's loaded. Let's head into town. Got a busy day ahead of us today. All right, everybody enjoy the week. Thank you for checking in. Yeah, see what Scrapyard has going on this early Monday.
What's happening, Captain? Nothing good in the hood over here. We're flat catching hell over here in Arkansas right now. These big severe thunderstorms, flooding event going on. Just went through one. Thundercloud. Let me get around this. It's dumping 15 inches of rain per hour. Just pretty rough down here. They're talking about shutting 49 down because it's got so bad up there. Sections up there around Fayetteville, Johnson, exit heavy flooding, and the Bobby Hopper Tunnel is right now is a death trap. I went in at 30 mile per hour and nearly jackknifed at 30 in there. So it's heads up anybody that's going that direction, that Bobby Hopper Tunnel, you mind your P's and Q's and don't hit it full bore or you're going to become a statistic. That's I finally got into, that thing is folding up. Let's get out of here. It's pretty hairy looking on the radar, and it's even worse when you're out in it. So y'all be careful and all. I figured I'd call in and give y'all a heads up.
Yeah, I haven't seen a whole lot of advisories. I'm looking here, and I do see, what do we have? Severe thunderstorm warnings from the Service Office in Little Rock. You've got Logan County, Johnson County. Those are both western Arkansas. Van Buren County, Conway, Yell County, central Arkansas, Pope County. Yeah, we got, 60-mile-an-hour winds, penny-sized hail, they say, and obviously, as he mentioned, torrential downpours. I am not, at this point, seeing any flash flood warnings associated with those, but no doubt you got some ponding of water on the roadways. Let me see here. Yeah, I pulled it up. You got heavy rain in the southeastern portions of Missouri, southern Illinois. Some of that moving into the Evansville, Indiana area. This is all a big cluster of thunderstorms. Then you got those cells prompting the severe thunderstorm warnings. They're in north central Arkansas. Thank you for the heads up there, Scrapyard. 844-844-3388. And Vic joins us this Monday.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I hope some of that rain gets over here. We can do without the severe weather, but my yard's about like a brick yard. So,
yeah.
Anyways, but what I what I was calling about was you guys are talking about all these health costs and changes and everything. And I was just kind of curious. You said that your uncle had to have retina surgery or eye surgery. And was that kind of life-threatening to him at his stage of life? Because the reason I asked that, I've had some close relatives that have died, and like one was he was actually dying of liver cancer, and about 3 or 4 days before he died, they had a meeting and they were talking about all these tests they wanted to run on him, which would have been paid for by the government. And my wife, she said, no, said, you understand that he's in hospice right now? What's the purpose of running all these tests?
Right.
Well, we both knew what the purpose was. It was to get government money, and it basically put a stop to that. And then her sister, they scheduled heart surgery for her, and this one doctor's going to do it. I think he was from Egypt, but he was highly upset the morning they were going to have the surgery, because he just came in there and said, I've been given bad information. That woman would never survive surgery. And so then they put her on steroids, one thing and another, and later performed the surgery, and then she bled out and died. But but what he said was, we just need to give her some treatment, and she's probably going to go home and die. And it might be, 3 or 4 days. It might be 3 or 4 weeks or whatever. And there again, I have no idea how much money that the hospitals and everything made out of that. So that's why I was kind of curious about your uncle there, if the surgery that he needed was outright life-threatening, because I thought you said that he really shouldn't have had that surgery. So,
I didn't really think it was necessary. You're right. I mean, at this stage, when you're battling stage 4 cancer, and the doctors have already given you like 6 months to live, was it necessary? It was a torn retina. Obviously, it wasn't detached, just torn. But nonetheless, he couldn't. Everything was blurring in his left eye. Now it's already been a couple of weeks, and he still hasn't got his vision back in the eye.
Yeah, because that takes a while after. Usually, are they having him wear a patch over it till it gets healed? Because some of that, you have to shield the eye there for a while. So that's why I was just curious if the healing process would even be completed. But and the other thing too, before I forget about this, you mentioned about Daryl got hit on a motorcycle, and he was 85 years old. Was he riding a two-wheeler or one of the, either with the kind of like the tricycle or the spiders that have the two wheels in front?
I'm not exactly sure. I don't know what kind of bike he had, but the way his son, I thought he said he must have missed a red light or something, and I'm assuming got hit at an intersection. Yeah.
I didn't know if you got that thing I sent you, but a lot of these states have adopted what's called dead red laws for motorcycles, because the motorcycles won't trip the signals that they have in a pavement. And if they come to a full stop and wait so long, they're allowed to move on. But I don't know if that applied in that case or not. But I know until I found out about that dead red law, I was still out there on the highway, and these motorcycles, I'd be coming down the road, and they'd pull out in front of me. And it's like, well, what, do these people have a death wish or something? Well, come to find out, in the state of Indiana, once you come up to that light, you have to stop and you have to wait so long. And if that light doesn't change, if it's one that has the things in the pavement there, you can move on. So, like I said, I was just kind of throwing it out. But back to what I really called about was the health thing. All this health stuff, of course, Obama really messed that up good, and that health care law, that Affordable Care Act, that was pretty much written by the pharmaceutical industry. I know here in Indiana, the guys that had been Indianapolis mayor, and then he got displaced by Ballard, I believe it was. And so then Eli Lilly, his name is Brad Peterson, and so Eli Lilly gave Brad Peterson a job as a government representative, and the only thing that he did was basically went to Washington and lobby for what Eli Lilly wanted in that Affordable Care Act. And then there in Evansville, his name escapes me. I can see him plain as day, but he had been a former mayor of Evansville, and Bristol Myers hired him to be the lobbyist for them. So those two had quite an effect on how they wanted, how the Affordable Care Act was written. So there were a lot of things in there that they pay for and some they don't. But the bottom line is it all benefits the pharmaceutical industry. And Grump was talking about the money that these legislators, politicians, that they have in it. That's where you'll find where a lot of their money is in the pharmaceutical industry. So that's why, they don't really want to sit down on the pharmaceutical industry for oversubscribing. And it's really not about health care at all. It's about somebody making money. And even to go farther back with LBJ and Martin Luther King, LBJ basically, after he pushed the 1964 Civil Rights Act through, he was afraid he was going to lose the election. So him and Martin Luther King pretty much conspired to give all the different goodies, government goodies and everything else they could to make sure that the Negroes didn't depart the Democratic camp, because actually up until that whole civil rights thing came about, most of the Southern Negroes, they were actually Republicans, because the Republicans had, they were the ones that had actually taken up for them through all the years, and they were the ones that passed all the Civil Rights Bill up until the 1964 Civil Rights Bill. And so they were handing out a lot of goodies to basically make sure that Johnson didn't lose the election in 64. And then whenever Martin Luther King turned on LBJ with his Poor People's March, let's see, what do you have? The Poor People March, the Citizens Council, the Children's Council, or something like that. Anyway, and he turned against the Vietnam War and urged all the different Negroes to basically mutiny and all that stuff. And then Martin Luther King went to Memphis, and that was the end of that. And his supposed killer, he traveled internationally before James Earl Ray. He traveled internationally. And now I was a person, one of the most wanted people in the world, traveled from different countries. And so then they finally come back. Whether that was the person that really killed Martin Luther King or not, I don't know. But by and large, all of this stuff has been about from about 1961. It's been about serving a political interest more than it has been about giving health care. And they sent me a guest copy of Epic Times this week, and they had in there about all the different food stuff, health stuff going on. But they also had an article in there, I don't know if you can get that online or not, about they have achieved a very cheap method of curing many cancers, and that's kind of being suppressed by the government. So the fact that hospitals and everybody else, it's all a money-making venture, and it has absolutely nothing to do with health care. And whenever we got into this Affordable Care Act there, everything was pretty well established. And I still haven't figured out where they come up with people that weren't getting health care, because if you think back to that time, Medicare was paying everybody, or Medicaid, the welfare and the state child insurance health thing. Everybody had a niche. They were getting their health care. So where they were coming up with people that didn't get health care, I still haven't figured that one out. And I was listening to Grump there, and I agree with everything he said except nationalizing health insurance, because health insurance companies, they're not allowed now to achieve any sort of, I guess you would say, investments or anything else. They have to refund money back to the people rather than invest that money. And those insurance companies was a critical part of the financial structure, and that's all gone now.
Mm-hmm.
But by and large, that the main point is people are in for the money. They make it, and they pass law after law. Doctors used to have their own labs. They passed a law, no, doctors can't have their own lab. They have to send it out to another lab, and that's why when you go to, if you have to go to the hospital, you get bills from about 10 different organizations. Used to, you maybe 2 or 3 doctors have to have a second opinion and a consulting physician, and on and on and on it goes. And I don't know, last time I looked, I think about 60 to 70% of the health costs were administrative. They weren't even, going to the caregivers. So, I mean, it definitely needs reworked, and how that's going to happen or anything else, I've pretty much given up on it, because it's more about the political influence. And so I don't know what Blind Man was looking at there or anything else, but I guess he's going through some of that now. And like, but when I had to have that hand surgery and treatment and everything, it was $20,000 a pop, and so they had to reset the bones. There's no question about that. And then they started in right off the bat wanting to give me therapy, and my hand's inflamed. The body's trying to heal itself like it usually does, and then they decide that in the therapy they need to start stretching everything and aggravating it. Well, that wasn't the way we did it in the military. If somebody got hurt, the first thing we did was give them a heavy dose of antibiotics, and there was something we used to use that they later found out caused cancer, and it was anybody's been in the military, they've heard of the APC pills, and aspirin, phenacetine, and caffeine. And the phenacetine, they realized it was causing cancer, but basically what phenacetine was doing, it was breaking down the connective tissue and stuff, and you didn't aggravate it. So then after I aggravated my hand enough, they said, well, we need to schedule you for surgery for scar tissue. So, okay. So then they did that, and then they didn't anymore get done with that, and they wanted to start in again. And,
yep.
I told them, and I said, no, there's not going to be any more surgery then. We're done with that.
Just for the sake of maybe racking up more bills, right? Just was any of it necessary? I get where you're coming from. All right, Vic, I got to get a final timeout in here.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit Tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We got an interesting memo, or I guess it would be a rather sobering memo from the National Counterterrorism Center last Friday, warning that the U.S.-designated terror group Al-Qaeda and their Yemen-based affiliate Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula remain intent on striking America. This was a nationwide advisory distributed to law enforcement. According to the agency, they said groups are seeking to exploit ongoing global conflicts and U.S. involvement overseas. Al-Qaeda and the Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula are likely seeking to leverage their media publications and global conflicts, particularly where there's U.S. support or military involvement, to inspire potential attackers, according to the memo. The National Counterterrorism Center, created in 2004 after the 9/11 attacks, urged government personnel to heighten vigilance, they say. Officials were told not to share travel plans online, to avoid carrying badges or IDs outside of work, to stay alert for surveillance. The memo also highlights soft targets, including sporting events, concerts, urging local authorities to deploy visible law enforcement and conduct pre-event security briefings. Now, they stressed that the intelligence was being shared to equip local agencies with the tools to disrupt potential attacks. While the memo underscored a general threat environment, conservative activist and journalist Laura Loomer issued a more dire warning Friday night on X, claiming that Al-Qaeda cells have already infiltrated our soil. They're planning coordinated multi-city attacks. Loomer wrote, "Sources tell me tonight that the National Counterterrorism Center has officially determined Islamic terrorists affiliated with Al-Qaeda have infiltrated U.S. soil, are actively planning a series of coordinated Islamic terror attacks." She added, "This marks the first time federal counterterrorism officials have openly acknowledged the immediacy of such threats." Terrorists, she said, are preparing to impersonate first responders by purchasing police and EMT uniforms from surplus stores and online vendors. The aim is to blend in during attacks, redirect panicked crowds, and launch secondary strikes. More chillingly, she reported that hospitals and medical facilities in major cities, including New York, L.A., Chicago, Houston, Miami, have been scouted, she says. They intend to cripple trauma centers and emergency rooms, preventing treatment of the wounded and compounding casualties. All right, we'll leave it there. It's again, that came out from the Counterterrorism Office nationwide this past Friday. Just a heads up, be aware of your surroundings. Have a safe Monday out there. We'll see you back here at the midnight hour Eastern tonight for our Tuesday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. And nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,